Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and we're back on a Sunday afternoon to talk a little bit more about Daggerheart. We had we only had one stream this week of Daggerheart. Of course, we also did a first look. We also did some Shadow Dark stuff, but we did have a stream, and we had two tip goals that both filled. One was to do another player-focused stream, and another was to do another GM-focused stream. So here we are. We're gonna be maybe looking a little bit at the player side of things, and we're gonna be maybe trying our hand. The rage, of course, this week, or I should say, the last couple days, is that they made a card maker available for Daggerheart, and people have been homebrewing away, so much so I think that the Daggerheart Reddit mods had to the Daggerheart subreddit mods had to like make some new rules about the posting of various homebrew and stuff like that, because there was just so much of it. But we, of course, have been at Knights of Last Call very interested in the game design space that this game has available. And of course, I am no game designer, but that doesn't mean that we can't throw together some ideas for some classes or subclasses, and to that end. So that's what we're going to do. People have been we've been buoying around some ideas, and so today I thought we could just maybe start by taking a look at some ideas for for some subclasses, and we can kind of maybe mess around with ideas. Now, before we get into this, I should warn you, I will not be happy with whatever we come up with. I will find ways to poke holes in whatever you suggest, including my own stuff, and it will seem like I am being a contrarian at every step of the way, pretty much. So good luck, and may hope be with us all as we kind of go through this process. So again, in the spirit of Knights of Last Call, this is obviously going to be a communal thing. It's a Sunday afternoon. For those of you who don't know, we traditionally call these our super secret Sunday system streams, because we usually do stuff that's very systemic in nature, kind of looking at a deep dive at a mechanics, or breaking apart a class. So it's our Sunday streams. So these tend to be a little bit more private, a little bit more intimate, because we don't get as many people here, because it kind of just pops up on the radar really quickly. So we'll go from there. Andrew says, I think you and I might be the only people who actually enjoy Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition. Maybe. I used to love Strange Eons to create custom content. This card designer is a great asset to the game. So much creative space. Yeah, I think they've released a lot of tidbits and hints. And the one thing that I'm really looking forward to is that they are going to supposedly release a homebrew kit. And it's going to include some of the internal balancing heuristics that they used within Darrington Press, internally, as they were going through and sort of highlighting what can and can't be done. Because one thing that I think is very important, and we'll get into this as we sort of discuss it, is I am a big proponent of not having to design a new space, a new mechanical space, if one already exists inside of the game system. And that doesn't mean that you're not always going to create a new thing, right? We can totally do, we can totally create a whole cloth new thing. But remember that anytime that, one of the things I'm very aware of in these games is, in any TTRPG, is the trade-off between making something more complex and making something more complicated versus making it more interesting. And there's a strong temptation, and I hold myself into this bucket, to make things unnecessarily complicated at the expense of, getting exactly how you want to do. Whereas if you piggyback or use existing mechanics or existing mechanical frameworks that already exist in, say, the said target system, then, it's a sort of a form of what Mark Rosewater calls resonance. And resonance in game design is the idea of using ideas or concepts or themes that the player already knows when you design a new mechanic. And so, flying is a great example of this in Magic the Gathering, right? Kind of most people kind of intuitively understand what flying means. It feels like it's evasive. It feels like you might be able to go over people. And sure enough, that's what flying does. But similarly, when they create new mechanics, a lot of times people will say, oh, it's like this mechanic, but, tweaked a little bit. And I think that's important because you don't want to have to necessarily create whole new mechanics every single time somebody chooses a new feature or a new subclass or something like that, because eventually the game becomes untenable. It's super complex. Another thing, which I think is important, is sort of managing how complex a class is relative to other people's expectations or other people's interactions with that class. So, for example, one of the examples I use as actually probably in theory one of the more complicated subclasses is the Slayer. And I know the Slayer doesn't really seem like it's the most complicated subclass, but in some ways it kind of is. And the Slayer, of course, is a subclass of the Warrior. And the reason why it is I think a more complex subclass within the concept of Daggerheart is because, for starters, it creates a new pool, a new resource pool for you to manage, right? Everybody else in the game is managing hit points, stress, armor slots, and stress, hit points, armor slots, and hope, right? Those are the four main resources that everybody's sort of managing. But the Slayer comes in and says, hey, here's a fifth resource. Okay, your Slayer dice. So now you have to track these Slayer dice. Secondly, whenever you gain hope, you have to make a decision. When you roll with hope, I should say, do you gain a Slayer die or do you gain your hope? So it's a choice. Now you're making this additional choice every single time you roll with hope, which is, again, 54, whatever it is, 55% of the time. And then as we gain proficiency, how many Slayer dice do I need on this? Because you can store up to your proficiency in Slayer dice on that. So at the beginning of the game, it's pretty simple. Your proficiency is 1. But very quickly, you're suddenly going to be able to hold 2 and then maybe 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 dice onto your Slayer pool. So this represents a very, I think, complicated foundational feature because it's something completely new and it manages, you're managing it. Now, I actually like that because I think it's cool to have options for people who want more complicated things. But what I also really like about this is that it doesn't ask other players to know how your Slayer system works. So when a player at your table, say Derek, sits down to play a Warrior and chooses Call of the Slayer as opposed to Call of the Brave. Now, to be clear, I would probably choose Call of the Brave because I think it's really, really cool. But Call of the Slayer is, adds that level of complexity to the game. Grim Prism says, hello, everyone remembers banning, but do you all remember Rampage? Of course I do. Add +X, where X is your Rampage value for each additional blocker beyond the first to the creature. What's up? So what I like about the Slayer is this complicated subsystem, but it doesn't ask other players to know how the fuck your class works. I mean, they might want to know in theory, but they don't need to track anything. They're not having to do any extra work. So the complexity is sort of rooted, if you will, in you. And you don't actually ask other players to take that complexity unto themselves, which is another thing that I like about the Slayer. The third thing that I like about the Slayer's complexity is its complexity that tracks to me and my character. I think that any game suddenly asks a lot more when you start tracking things on other characters, especially monsters. And, so as an example, I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is a thing. And I know you're like, Derek, what are you talking about? Seems like the most simplest thing in the world. But, as an example for the Slayer, since we're focusing on the Slayer, let me find it. Okay, so the Slayer has this or is that a domain ability? I thought it was a domain ability. Oh, sorry, yeah. So the Slayer at Mastery gets this access called Martial Preparation. And says your party gains access to the Martial Preparation downtime move. To use this move during a rest, describe how you instruct and train with your party. Each ally who chooses this downtime move gains a D6 Slayer die. A PC with a Slayer die can spend their roll, their D6, and add to the attack and damage roll of their choice. So now you're asking the other players to say, hey, you need to track this component now. The Bard does the same thing with the rally die. When you give someone a rally die, you're now asking them, hey, you kind of have to know how my class works a little bit, because you need to know what a rally die could be spent for, and what happens if you don't spend it, and what happens if you do spend it, and when can you spend it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is asking more of other players. And of course, if you have a bunch of people who all have abilities like this, suddenly you might be getting a lot more complexity than you initially signed up for. Lastly, and I'll go to the Bard actually, because we're talking about the rally die, I think that if self-tracking stuff is the lowest level of ask, and tracking stuff on other PCs is a mid-level, tracking stuff on monsters or adversaries or NPCs, I think, is the highest level. And the great example of this is the Bard, whose hope feature is distract. And when you distract a creature, you spend 3 hope, and you temporarily distract a target within close range, giving them a -2 penalty to their difficulty. And this is a temporary condition, so they gain the distracted condition. The problem with that is, especially if you're playing at a table or a theater of the mind, is now you and the GM and all the players have to remember which monster is the distracted one. And maybe I have 6 hope, and maybe I make 2 monsters distracted. And suddenly tracking that level, even that simple condition, becomes a much more of an ask. If you're playing in person with minis, maybe suddenly you start busting out little markers or those little ring things that people put on them. Or maybe you don't, and now you have to remember which one it is. If you're playing on a VTT, you've got to mark it with a condition, and people have to sort of make sure that they remember, oh, that was the, distracted one, and so on and so forth. So now that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something to be aware of, and that, if we're willing to sort of add this extra level of squeeze, is it enough to, increase the juice? And especially when you're playing Theater of the Mind and you say, I'm going to distract one of the guards. And it's like, okay, which guard? And like, where is he standing? What are they doing? The one that's hurt. Well, there's 2 that are hurt, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Michael is 100% correct. I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying we shouldn't do these things. I'm simply saying that I think when I see people make home design, they do not consider the cost of their decisions. And I don't necessarily mean the cost in game resource mechanic, right? What I mean is that the cost in table complexity, table complication, the amount of mental effort that it takes you to engage with and play with this game. Because while I do not believe that having a mechanically robust game does not necessarily mean that it means that you're going to innately default into a combat, say, where you are going, all right, I move and I hit, I swing and I miss. I do think that having to spend a bunch of time and attention. Hey, what's up, random guy?
Swed. Tips $3. I discovered this channel last week and have binged all your Daggerheart content since then. Thanks for the in-depth discussion. Do you need to spend a fear just to introduce a bunch of enemies, or can that just be the result of rolling with fear?
That's a great question, random guy from Sweden. So my take on that would be, as a GM move, so let's say that a player, for whatever reason, the GM gets spotlighted, right? And if the GM gets spotlighted because a player rolled with fear, or maybe because a player failed, one of the things that you can do is you can reveal an unwelcome truth or an unexpected danger. And that could mean that bad guys show up. Now, to be clear, this should flow from the fiction, right? So if we have established, or it is well established, or it makes sense in the fiction, that there are, numerous guards in this castle that you're attacking, I don't think that is, completely out of pocket to do that. But I would also say that I would probably, you're revealing this unwelcome truth or unexpected danger. I think the best way to do that would be to use the move and basically kind of signal to the group, hey, there's more bad guys coming. That's a very soft move. It's what we would call a soft move. And then if you really wanted them to arrive like that round, I would spend a fear. So basically, it's like the first move is I'm revealing an unexpected danger. The second move is I'm sort of, or maybe you could argue it as a signal an imminent off-screen threat. That's another one of the GM moves. Signal an imminent off-screen threat. And then I reveal this danger. And so that to me feels like it's 2 moves. So if you want to, if you get the spotlight, you could, if you feel like it's pressing, is take the move, spend a fear, make them arrive on the screen. And then you could even spend another fear to potentially have one of them bust in and start attacking or taking, spotlight an adversary and have them do something. Now, you could do all that, but I think that's a lot of time, depending on the situation. It's going to vary from your group. It's going to vary from your situation and what the needs, the dramatic needs of the scene are. But that feels like a lot of spotlight time on the GM, in my personal opinion. And remember, it's a game fundamentally about our PCs. It's a game about our players. It's a game about the protagonists. And I'm much more interested in seeing the sort of tension build. And if I go, guards are coming, and they're here, and they're attacking, I've sort of limited my ability to sort of milk that tension because the players haven't been able to respond or do anything. I would much rather signify that the reinforcements are on their way, and then that's it, back off. And I have that fear token. I can always interrupt if the players start rolling shit hot with a bunch of hope, right? So this is sort of me saying, like, you hear them coming. Now I want to see how the PCs react. What are they going to do differently? Are they going to stand whole? Are they going to rush to the door to reinforce it? Are they going to start falling back? Are they going to, what I want? I'm not interested in what my monsters do. I'm interested in what the PCs are doing. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to be a fan of the PCs. And so it's not, for me, it's not really about like, this fight needs to be harder. Let me put a bunch of monsters in there and have them start attacking. It's more about creating intense moments and challenging moments and interesting moments for my players. So I would say, no, I don't think so. Now, all that being said, if it's not something that really makes a whole lot of sense in the fiction at all, and you really want to sort of have bad guys appear, and you really feel kind of bad about it, you could always, spend the fear just to sort of say like, the necromancer summoned some some guards that really weren't there before, but they are kind of there now. And, as long as you pay for it and your players are kind of cool with that and stuff like that, I think that's fine. I mean, the most important thing is it should feel like it flows from the fiction. If monsters are literally feeling like they're appearing out of nowhere, like a great example of that is if you very clearly established to the PCs that this place was empty and without anything, and then suddenly guards show up, that's sort of breaking that fictional contract that you had with the group. We sort of established that this place was empty. So you having people show up doesn't feel like it makes much sense. Does that make sense? But thank you for the question. Thank you for the tip, and I appreciate that. Hey, what's up, everybody? So this was sort of a long-winded intro, but I wanted to say hello to everybody. Hello to Max Beach. What's up, Anthony? Good to see you. We'll be seeing Anthony in less than 2 weeks at the Origins Game Fair. What's up, Gurney? We'll see Pathfinder PhD there as well. Dr. Waits, you're coming, right? I think so. Grim Prism, a new member of the Knights of Last Call Patreon. Welcome, Grim Prism. Great to have you there. Are we going to make a subclass for the Ranger that engages with travel, not ignores it? Maybe, but maybe not today, because that's I think that's a taller ask. I'm not saying we wouldn't or we couldn't, but it's up. A pirate homebrew. Yeah, I don't know where that would go. Probably under a rogue subclass, I would guess, maybe. I think a lot of people have discussed fixes to the druid, some of which were based off of things that I said. And I don't think that there's any right or wrong reason to it. I do think the druid gets to, have their cake and eat it too. Moving it to a subclass isn't the worst idea that I've seen. It also sort of kind of solves the multi-classing problem a little bit, maybe. But I also feel like it depends on whether you think a druid and how you view a druid. Is a druid someone who is a really powerful spellcaster and can wild shape into all these different forms all at the same time? If the answer is yes, then if we modify that, then the druid fantasy sort of goes away from you. Yes, I'd love to see them make like character sheet templates so that we can make, when we make custom classes, we can, use their existing framework to make official looking character sheets. That'd be really cool too. Campaign frame templates, that'd be really cool too. Adversary templates, environmental templates, and all the like. Very sweet. Halcyon speakers, cool, Sarek. Remember, Sarek, Thursday we're going to be doing a Northern Reaches stream with Whoople and whoever else I think from the GM Council can show up. Prince of Nowhere, absolutely. We were talking about complexity and subclasses. Beastbound Rangers get a whole new sheet where you have to track an animal companion and you have to track what advantages it has and what things it has, and whether it's a good boy or not or whatever. That is an incredible level of complexity for a subclass. So 100% agree. I would even say that's probably maybe that might be the most complicated subclass, honestly, Prince of Nowhere. Well, Dr. Waits, I think, again, so Dr. Waits says, but we like that Daggerheart has 3 conditions. I like that because what it tells me is that when in doubt, if you have to think really hard before you make a spell or whatever, or an ability, give a custom condition. Because if it restrained and vulnerable and hidden are the 3 conditions that everybody knows. And one of the biggest complaints I hear whenever we're going on through a game, I make the complaint, is we'll go, oh my God, look how many conditions this game has. This game has 18 conditions. This game has 22 conditions. Now I have to know what these mechanically do. So if a game has a custom condition, we have to be very, if an ability in Daggerheart has a custom condition, we have to think really, really hard. Like, are we sure this couldn't or shouldn't just be vulnerable or restrained or hidden? Because if it's not, we're asking our players and everybody at the table to do a lot more cognitive lifting for that, Exactly, Christopher. The cognitive load of the ability or spell. Correct. What is my take on the Daggerheart experiences mechanics? I love it. I think it's great. We think, are there any notes? No notes. Now, we were discussing whether or not it should make sense that you roll before or if you roll after. There are many RPGs where you can spend, some sort of metacurrency after the roll to add to the roll. I think that sometimes that is actually a really good thing because it makes you feel better. But I'm pretty comfortable with the way that it is, set up in this game where, you're adding to your bonus and, you roll and you get to it. I think because the problem is if it wasn't, if it was just like +2, you would never use your experience unless it made a difference, and which might be okay, but it's not really realistic in that respect. Exactly, Jake. In my game, my players are always going to be aware of a roll's difficulty. And so, if you know that, okay, I've got a +3 bonus and, I need to get a 15 and you're like, okay, so I need a 12 or higher. If I spend the +2 or whatever for my experience, like that's going to give me, I only need a 10 or higher on 2d12. I feel pretty good about like, that's going to give me a lot of options to succeed with, So the problem, Christopher, is yes and no. Well, number one, so quick, Christopher said, again, I always forget. Sometimes people don't watch. Christopher says, I would think experiences should only replace skills. I don't like that they could be used to get +2 to attack rolls or spell casting. Now, the game itself even recommends, like, just take one that says you're good at fighting. I think just like the Druid Beast forms that literally have, you gain advantage to digging and to sneaking and to attack. I think that just having a blanket experience that always applies is a mistake. Just because I think it's really boring. Now, it is very limited because it's ultimately tapping into your hope. And that means it's going to be a limited experience, a limited ability times that you can mechanically, initiate that. Personally, while I am totally fine with somebody spending hope in order to get a +2 or a +1 or whatever to a 2d12 roll, to a duality roll on an action roll, what I do think is the case is I don't really care about the mechanics of it. I don't care. What I care is, how does that make your fiction different? Because again, I think the mistake is, even with experiences, is that people are thinking about it from a mechanics first perspective. And I think you should be thinking about it from a fiction first perspective. And so to that end, I think it's much more interesting if your experiences sort of do some of the storytelling and do some of the lifting, you know, and make it, right. You know, and I would call that a bad experience, you know, is what I would call that, Prince of Nowhere. But, you know, even if that was an experience, well, what if there's a situation where, you know, you don't have a sword? So to a certain extent, that's okay, you know? But yes, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And all I'm really interested out of an experience is getting people and players to do two things. One, FBT a little bit, right? To dig into the narrative, the descriptive side of the game, and not just make it, you know, map attack, I swing, I attack, but to tell us a little bit. But the second thing is experiences are a great way to do what I would call a dynamic live backstory, you know, where rather than have players read your 5-page backstory, you show us your backstory by highlighting your experiences and how this prepared you for this moment. And ideally, as long as we follow the principles, don't be a weasel and, you know, don't reach. I think that is a great, not only is that a great creative challenge for players, but I think it's really cool for the rest of us to sort of, you know, to see and learn about your character through play and showing how those experiences make a difference, right? For sure. And as I said in my Patreon Discord, when a player highlights their experience before a roll is made, it's also a great opportunity for me to, if you fail the roll or if you roll with fear, to sort of use that in my followed up GM move, which I think is really, really cool because it gives me a little bit more, right? As a GM, it makes my job easier because you were sort of leaning on this and now I'm leaning on this. And by the way, remember, everything that we state in the game becomes, you know, part of our fictional truth. And I don't want to call it like a house rule or something like that, but like, and again, this is going to vary from group to group to group to group, but imagine the following situation. Somebody in chat, I missed it. It was Jorlson said, the Imperial fighting arts is better experience than plain fencing or fighting. I agree. Jorlson, great, right? The Imperial fencing arts. So a player is engaged. There's a fight. It's a rough and tumble fight. And the player uses their Imperial fencing arts as on part of an attack roll, right? Maybe it's a bar fight, you know, broken bottles. And they draw their blade. Or maybe, you know, everyone's drinking and it turns out like half the people, it's like a scene from the Winter Soldier. Half the people in the tavern are actually, you know, secret agents of the evil emperor, and they rise up and it's a chaotic swirling melee. And the character stands up and they draw their rapier and they start fighting. And they describe how they're using their background from the fencing school. And they fail. Maybe they fail with fear. And so there might be a beat there in a moment where I kind of work with the player and we describe about how their style of fighting is completely inappropriate for this kind of fight. And I might say, you know, like, and I say, you know, maybe the player even offers this up as a suggestion. He's like, oh yeah, totally. Like I'm used to fighting like duels. I'm used to fighting one-on-one. I'm used to like, you know, gentleman's rules. So this sort of no holds barred chaotic swirling melee just isn't something that I'm used to experiencing. Cool. What we have just done is we have created a fictional house rule about how and where and when that experience may apply in the future or not apply in the future. Because we are giving it context. Not only did we just learn a little bit about this character, we learned about this Imperial school, we learned about this character's upbringing, but we've also sort of modified what this experience can and can't do. And, you know, there's no one holding a gun to our head. We're not going to, if we get it wrong, they're not going to come and kill us. But, I think that is, I think, a really, really cool thing, you know, and this gives that experience a really deeper amount of texture and also gives us that sort of understanding of what this experience can and can't do. Yeah. So I'm I'm a believer, generally speaking, in a more, I don't want to say hyper specific. You know, I don't think it should say like, I'm really good. Like my experience is like in fighting left-handed duelists who have a cold, you know? No, that's probably too specific. But if your experience is sword fighting, that is never, I think, going to, you know, help us in that regard. Tier, no, you could use an experience in combat. In fact, I believe the game even suggests if you're having a hard time creating an experience to just maybe give one that would be useful in a combat. I don't know if that's in the SRD or not. Yeah, so there's no set list of experiences to choose from, but an experience can't be too broadly applicable, and it can't grant your character specific mechanical benefits such as magical spells or special abilities. So, you know, what I'm trying to say is even the examples in the game of like sharpshooter, that's an example they give as a specialty. Now, to be clear, one thing I would say is if I had my way, is I would love for every experience basically to include some sort of adjective or some sort of proper noun. I think just from a story and world building perspective. So, you know, just saying swashbuckler, I think is leaving a little bit on the table. But I think the important thing to realize here is that swashbuckler should never mean this experience applies whenever I have a sword or whenever I'm in melee or whenever I'm in combat, because then it doesn't just say combat, right? So yes, I think an experience like Knight of the Pale Court is, to me, I think it's maybe not 10 times better, but I think it's like 3 or 4 times better, because what a Knight of the Pale Court is going to be different than, say, you know, a Knight of the Flaming Sun. And we can sort of experience, and all of that, it's what I call fictional metagaming. Okay. Because if you use, you know, something like swords person, okay, then you are limiting that person, you're limiting that to just combat. But if we establish in our fictional reality that Knights of the Pale Court and that the Pale Court is made up of a series of vampire lords, then your character might be able to use that experience. In fact, your character will definitely be able to use that experience to do things that have nothing to do with combat, but have everything to do with the undead or vampires or any number of things that we establish through the fictional component of the game as being associated with the Pale Court. And in fact, because of the collaborative nature of this game, you and your GM, through asking questions and building on their answers, will sort of be able to shape not only the world, but your character's ability within it by continuously giving more scope and more depth to the Pale Court as the game and the campaign goes on. You know? So I think that's way better. And I also think potentially it's a little bit more powerful, you know? For sure. Boothby says, after playing Torchbearer, so Boothby's one of the, if you watch our Sunday crew games, Boothby's one of my players, right? He plays the Theurge in our campaign. After playing Torchbearer, I really want a mechanic to use experiences against yourself. Yes, I understand why they didn't go that route, and I will only say it is absolutely something that could totally easily be dropped in to Daggerheart with very little situation, you know, with a very little change in a number of ways. Whether it's the GM spending fear to sort of activate your experience against you, or you know, giving you a hope or something. Like, there's a lot of different ways that you could do it. For sure. Jacob on, and I think that's an important thing. So Jacob Online said, 100% agree on not having just I'm good at fighting, but I do think having the hope spend makes it a little bit less obnoxious than the equivalent 13th Age background. 100% agree. And that's why I tend to be a little bit more loosey with this, and I actually give them a lot of credit for this, because I think having to spend the hope means that you're not going to get this spam effect that you would otherwise get, right? Where you're like, Well, because if you didn't have that, let's just say you had swordsman or swashbuckler, and you're like, well, I'm a swashbuckler, so +2. And then in your next attack, well, I'm a swashbuckler, so +2. Well, I'm a swashbuckler, so +2. Well, I'm a swashbuckler, so +2. The bonus that you get on a 2d12 roll is just enough to make it good, but not great. And the hope spend is just pricey enough to make it something that you're probably not going to want to do all the time. And so I think it ends in a really, really good space. Yuval, that's what they do in the Cypher system, right? Something like blank noun that verbs, right? I think that's kind of how Cypher does it, or Numenera. But yeah, any of those things I think are probably pretty compel. Maybe explain Fate compels if people aren't familiar. Yeah, so the way that the Fate game system works is your character has a list of aspects, which are a bit like experiences, but they might also physically describe your character. And you have this currency called Fate points, which kind of works a little bit like hope. And you can spend your Fate points by pointing out how your aspect in this situation, maybe your character is racked with magical power, and you're casting a spell. So you spend one of your Fate points, you highlight how your character, draws upon their wellspring of power, and this adds a bonus to your effect. But Fate aspects are also designed to be sort of double-edged. And the GM is encouraged, and in fact, even the player is encouraged to have the GM do this, is where sometimes your advantages work against you, and they become disadvantages. So your aspects can kind of be, black and white. And a GM can occasionally make you get a penalty, or maybe kind of almost bribe you to do something or have something bad happen to you because of that aspect. And then they give you one of these Fate points. So in order to have Fate points, you have to have your aspects kind of work against you. So that's the way Fate compels work, Boy, we really got off on a complete tangent there, didn't we? This is supposed to be the player stream. Sorry. All right. So, So what are we making? So, great question. The important question. No, that's not it. Here we go. So, by the way, if you want to show your support for the stream, we've got super chats and tip goals. We also, of course, you can always sign up for our Twitch Prime. Remember, you get a Twitch Prime sub every month. And if you didn't use it this month, maybe come hop over to Twitch, follow us over there, and use your Prime sub to give us a free Prime sub. That'd be cool. Our tip goal today is support Daggerheart actual play. And our stream super chat goal is support for our Daggerheart zine. Well, that'll do. Gurney.
Journey tip $56.92. I only really make it to the live stream because of the time difference. Thank you very much for the streams. They are awesome.
Gurney, thank you very, very, very much. I really, really appreciate that. And Gurney, actually, one of the reasons I did that, I actually wanted to go a little bit earlier even than I did. I just got kind of busy, is because I do want to make sure that our European friends and stuff like that can experience some of these live streams as well. And I've been trying to do more earlier streams. So, thank you for reminding me of that. And thank you for the tip and the support. And I really, really appreciate it, because having people here live, I think, is a lot of fun. Tim, of course, from Night's Last Call says, yes, Gurney, I really want to play. So, quick little side story, for us, from that perspective. I think that'll be really, really, I think it'll be really cool from our perspective is, okay, look at that. GM Scott just gifted a ton of subs. They gifted 10 tier 1 subs to Knights of Last Call community. GM Scott, thank you so much for that. That is hot fire. Fantastic. Beowulf just responded. Holy crap. GM Scott, that is a new record. Thank you so much. but buddy, now I owe you drinks every day. James Scott, thank you so much for that. Hot fire. You know, it's so nice to see people supporting this channel, and obviously James Scott's a longtime friend of ours, and you know, someone I've had the honor to. Jim Scott's one of the people we've had over to the studio, and before it went down, and a regular at our Night's Last Call meetups at our cons, and just an all around great guy. But you know what I think is really cool about Night's Last Call is, you know, Jim Scott. You know, he's not as nice as he is. We've got, you know, he's not the only nice guy. You know, GM Scott is representative of a community that just loves to help out other people, support other people, and support this channel. So thank you, GM Scott, and for being a great role model for all of us. But you know, I think you are a true champion among the people, and I really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Gurney, the two of you, just doing great work. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Travis, for the resub as well. The man, the myth, the legend, indeed. So if for those of you who aren't members of the Night's Last Call, of course, you're missing out a lot of stuff if you're not a member of the Patreon, because you miss all the Discord stuff. Friday, we were playing our Pathfinder 2 game. Okay, so we just started like a new Pathfinder 2 game, and you know, this is for those of you who know our channel a little bit better. This is being game mastered by Smith, right? Who obviously has not really been participating as much in the channel the last year or so. He's just got a lot of personal stuff going on, and family stuff, and work stuff, and job stuff. But of course, is one of, if not the, you know, bedrock upon which this channel's success was pretty much built. And he's running a game for us, which is really awesome. And you know, we've got a really weird Pathfinder 2 party. You know, I'm a living nanite swarm Eldamon trainer. Tim is a floating intelligent staff magus. You know, Kaz is a living museum dungeon. It's a whole crazy thing. But we start playing, and you know, it's going well. It's you know, there's a little bit of distraction. I could tell Smith's a little bit distracted. And we're about 2 hours in, and he kind of stops and he says, "Guys, I need to apologize." And I said, what do you know? He's like, what? He's like, I read the Daggerheart SRD on Wednesday, and I'm just like, that's all I can think about. He's like, I know I should be focused on Pathfinder 2. I know I should be focused on creating new things for this game. But now all I can think of is how I just want to take the stuff from Daggerheart and just transfer it into PF2. And if I'm doing that, as we say on our channel, you know, what are we even doing here? And it was pretty funny because, you know, there was a lot of people just kind of laughing and stuff like that. And, you know, needless to say, the hype train is not just affecting me. It's affecting a lot of the Knights as well. And it's even kind of affecting our home game. So not that Pathfinder 2 is a bad game, but, you know, there's a lot of really cool stuff here. So thank you, Jim Scott. And thank you so much for all of that. Thank you, Hunter Weller, for your 2 month as well. Do you like Pathfinder 2 better than Daggerheart? Andrew, that's a tough question to answer because I have not had the experience with Daggerheart that I have had with Pathfinder 2. Now, Andrew, I can tell you that I love PBTA games, and you know, one of my big complaints when I play a PBTA game is I start to miss, you know, combat and, you know, cool powers and abilities and combat focus and tracking hit points and tracking armor and you know, little grubby little nubbins that I can fiddle with, and I don't want to say tactical combat. I very rarely ever miss full tactical combat, you know. But yeah, I mean, and this game does that, you know, in spades. Jacob Online, let's get that Daggerheart experience going then. Well, Jacob Online, thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, so we've talked about creating, you know, a zine to try to, you know, publish some stuff for Daggerheart to kind of make it cool and get people interested in it. And we've got a lot of community support for it. So I think we're seeing a lot of support coming out for this game. And if people are willing to support it, we're willing to talk about it. All right. Thank you again so much. Oh, we have a hype chest. I don't even know what this is. Well, the red card emote apparently has been unlocked. I don't know how chat works, but there you go. Choo choo, the red card. Okay. So when we were talking about a possible first issue of our first issue of what a Daggerheart zine would look like, I will say that there is a bunch of classes that I want to look at, but class design I think is slightly not problematic, but it's a lot of work because you have to design the class, and then you're going to have to design at least 2 subclasses, which means you kind of have to have an idea for what the class is and what the subclasses will be and all this other stuff. Not saying that we won't do that, but it is a little bit more complicated. Obviously, adding domains is a whole lot of work. But I think subclasses are a nice little functional piece of design that I think is a good place to start, because you can really focus in on one area or core element of the class already established. You've got two existing subclasses that you can use as sort of a benchmark. And, a subclass basically consists of a foundation trait, a specialization or a foundation set of abilities, a specialization set of abilities, and a mastery set of abilities, and that's it. Tor, yes, no, we would be using the existing 2 domains. I'm saying for domains, I'm talking about creating a new domain is a lot of work. That's a lot of work to create a new domain. That's what I'm saying. A lot of work. So one of the things that we talked about was how can we theme potentially an episode. Now, that doesn't mean that we can necessarily that an episode or an issue has to be completely themed to just one core idea. But as a result of a bunch of things that we were talking about, we kind of had this idea of sort of elements as a theme. And by that, in Daggerheart, if we look at the SRD, we've got, I believe it is the sorcerer. Where is the sorcerer? There we go. So the sorcerer has this ability. Choose one of the following elements at character creation: air, earth, fire, lightning, and water. So at least to a certain extent, Daggerheart sort of breaks down our elements into air, earth, fire, water, and lightning as sort of the theoretical elements that you can do. Now, of course, the Warden of Elements from the Druid really only touches these 4. So if we only did these 4, it wouldn't be the worst situation in the game. So we talked about we create some ancestries, some plain touched ancestries. We could create some we could create some plain touched creatures. We could create additional elemental adversaries besides the ones that are in the book. Now, Forsyth is getting ahead of the curve here. They said replace lightning with void, and what do you get? Right, you get Legend of the Five Rings, a game that I really, really like. Of course, but we talked about creating some elemental kin or some Genocide or whatever type ancestries, and maybe some communities, and we could theme a bunch of these stuff around this sort of element idea. And so that made me kind of have this idea of it'd be cool to maybe create 4 or 5 subclasses that are tied to the elements. So this is kind of where this idea, is coming from. And my original idea is, so we've got 2 subclasses or 2 classes, the Warrior and the Guardian, who are not spellcasters, right? So they don't have any sort of magical capability. So maybe we skip those. And then we have the Sorcerer and the Druid, who already have a elemental themed subclass. The Druid has the Warden of Elements subclass, and the Sorcerer has the Elemental Origin subclass. So that's 4 of our 9 classes. And that leaves us with Bard, Rogue, Wizard, Seraph, and Ranger, as 5 classes, which have a magical somewhat component to them and aren't already associated with an elemental subclass. So the idea is, could we create 5 new subclasses? Now, I don't know if we'll do all 5 today or whatever, but, at the very least, we could, sort of explore the space where we create a new subclass. One new subclass is, to each of those, but, to that end. Well, I don't really consider shadow one of the classic elements, although there is sort of shades of void there. So this is where my thought process is. And this is all this idea of tying it into this idea of a Daggerheart scheme, stuff like that. Well, Grim Prism, we could totally go with a more classical approach. However, Daggerheart listed the following elements as air, earth, fire, lightning, and water. So I'm really kind of just taking my cue from them in that respect. So somebody said Bard is air, obviously, and Jorlson said Seraph with a fire subclass is kind of low-hanging fruit, and I agree. So that's part of one of the reasons why I wanted to sort of go in a non-traditional route. Boothby is out to go play in a Knights of Last... You didn't just say got to go play Dragonbane. You're going to play in a Knights of Last Call community campaign run by Bob. And they're playing Path to Glory. See you, Boothby. Good luck. So, now... So the idea is then, could we also, Laughing Outlaw is also playing in that Bob's thing there. Again, it could be anything. And one of the things I want to have to do is the subclass doesn't have to focus on one element, right? Well, I'm imagining that it does, is that we would create a specific subclass for that element, and then do that element for that one, character class. So, and then the other thing too is, of course, for me, it's just sort of like, to sort of lay this out. So like, where do we tie, how do we tie this to this? Well, I'm sorry, Bob. I didn't remember that you were streaming, and I even did this early. So, get fucked, I guess. All right. Now, I haven't really laid out some other ideas, but my first idea, and now someone mentioned Derek being inspired by Legend of the Five Rings, and I don't know where I put my Legend of the Five Rings stuff, but I was totally, definitely inspired by Legend of the Five Rings. So, my first idea, and again, this is communal, so I'm going to shoot down your ideas, but I'm also going to shoot down my ideas, so please, is to take a look at the Bard. And my first idea is a fire Bard. Now, the reason that I was thinking about a fire Bard is, and hopefully you can kind of maybe see why my approach is flawed, or maybe you like it. They spit hot fire, literal. Is that number one? I like the idea in Legend of the Five Rings. Legend of the Five Rings obviously is based off of fire, water, earth, air, and void. But fire is one of the elements in Legend of the Five Rings. It doesn't necessarily mean literally lighting things on fire. Fire in Legend of the Five Rings is the element of passion. It's the element of rage. It's the element of unbridled emotions. It's the element of the power of passion. It's the element of, yes, Steve, of anger, but it's also hope and fervor and fighting for what you believe in, right? And it's this, it's kind of, now in a world, in Legend of the Five Rings, in a world of samurai, having emotions is kind of almost a bad thing. So it's sort of this, and it's also the element of creativity. It's the element of insight. It's the element of spontaneousness, right? So now, if we look, so this is again where, and so that's my first idea. Well, just first kind of concept. The second thing is I really look for what I will call either play gaps or like play pattern experiences, but also gaps in what I would call the mechanical space. So let's go take a look at the Bard, and maybe I'll just copy paste these and put these into the because Bard, obviously we've got two existing spell what are they called? We've got two existing subclasses. We have the Troubadour and we have the Wordsmith. Now, I've said during our review that I thought the Troubadour was a lot cooler than the Wordsmith. That doesn't necessarily mean that, we can't, we have to sort of use this. And again, we've talked about how that different, different classes can use different and create different levels of complexity. So our core Bard feature is this make a scene. Spend 3 hope to temporarily distract a target within close range, giving them a -2 penalty to their difficulty. Now, in looking through the way that every single spell, in every single subclass in the game, no subclasses in the game currently do anything to modify or change a class's hope feature. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that is off limits, but this is an example of where I, Derek, as a sort of wannabe game designer, I tend to take my cues from the system. And I would be very loath to change or modify this make a scene ability because there are no other existing subclasses in the 18 that we have that make this something that is a pot. Now, just because it's possible, of course, you could have a subclass ability that changed what the hope feature does, okay? But just because something could be done doesn't mean that that it should be done. And if there is no other subclass that modifies the core class's hope feature, I am loath to do that. Okay, does that make sense? Doesn't mean we can't. Of course you could, but this is kind of where my brain design goes in terms of what restrictions do we have on the space. So that's number 1. Number 2, we have this class feature, and there are a lot of subclasses that either modify the class feature or change the class feature, or use it more often or use it in a different way. Okay. So if we take a look at our 2 subclasses for Bard, we have the Troubadour, who has this foundation feature. They have 1 feature, but really it's 3 features, as you could play one of these 3 songs once per long rest. Okay. And you do have to describe it a little bit. You and your allies within close range clear a hit point. So we've got a healing song, AoE heal, an epic song, which makes a target within close range temporarily vulnerable. So it's kind of a debuff. And then we have a heartbreaking songs. You and all allies within close range gain a hope. So we've kind of got like a heal, a buff, and a debuff. Very cool. Maestro sort of modifies our rally ability, which just says when we give a rally die to an ally, they can gain a hope or clear a stress. And the way our rally feature is only once per session. Describe how you rally the party and give you and all of your allies the rally die. So each player now has their own rally die. At level 1, this is a D6. At level 5, it becomes a D8. A PC can spend their rally die to roll it, adding the result to their action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, or to clear a number of stress equal to the result. So basically, we can use it to add to basically any 2d12 roll, any damage roll, and also to clear, 1d6 or 1d8 stress. So that's what rally does. And again, everyone's going to have to manage that themselves. So when we do give that out, we give a little bit of extra bang with it. And then Virtuoso lets us use all of these 3 songs another second time per long rest. So now we can use these a total of 6 times. Very cool. A lot of abilities here. We could definitely see there's a lot of healing and sort of buffing. We're giving out a lot of hope, right? And it's kind of coming at no cost. Then we have the Wordsmith, which uses clever wordplay to captivate crowds. Once per long. Now they have 2 foundation features, but again, that's kind of not really fair because this class really got 3. even though it's only one. Once per long rest, we can have all allies within far range, clear 2 stress. And after you make an action roll to impress someone, persuade someone, or offend someone, you can spend a hope to add a D4 to the roll. Then we have Eloquent. This is, I think, probably the weakest ability of all the bardic subclasses. This is only once per session. When you encourage an ally, they can do one of the following. Find a tool or object that they need, so it creates a quantum inventory. You can help an ally without spending hope. That is literally the same thing as just gaining a hope. It doesn't really do anything extra. Give them an additional downtime move during their next rest. Now, that is cool. That is unique. That is interesting. But again, it is only once per session. And lastly, Epic Poetry increases our rally die, which, remember, for all bards will be a D8 at this point. But now it is a D10. And whenever you help an ally, you can narrate the moment and you roll D10 instead of a D6 as your helping die, which is really, really cool. So that is the bards that we have. We have the wordsmith and we have the troubadour. So my idea is to create a bard that is a little bit more, I don't want to say offense oriented, but is a little bit more aggressive. And so in Legend of the Five Rings, we have this idea of strife, which is kind of like stress. And the fire element is one of those things that really sort of interacts with the strife mechanic a lot. It allows characters in Legend of the Five Rings to gain additional, basically they get additional successes on their dice rolls for each strife that they take from a roll. So my idea for this fire bard is to create not literally a fire bard, but sort of a fire brand. Which is, of course, a real term. Okay. And, you know, this idea of someone who messes with stress a lot. Both allies and enemies. So the idea of this is, from a mechanical standpoint, I want to create a bard who is very good at helping or dealing stress, damage. And I also want to create an interesting play pattern where you are able to turn stress from your allies into strength. So this idea that this bard is sort of a, you know, inciter. They stoke the fires of passion in their allies, and they are able to sort of turn stress right into strength, to turn it into power, to turn it into sort of getting people, you know, hyped up. Let me see if I have a sheet. Corporate middle management. So I wrote this down in my Google Doc. Okay, I wrote, play the firebrand if you want to use bold words and burning conviction to shake your enemies and rally your allies. So that's sort of my idea. So my idea of this bard is this bard really wouldn't heal, you know, hit points, and I don't even necessarily know that they would heal, stress, but something like converting stress into extra damage, I think, is interesting, because what I would want to do with this class is create an interesting play pattern for your players where they kind of want stress, because the firebrand can let them convert that stress into poomph, right? And so it creates this kind of new play pattern. It creates a new mini game kind of experience for your group, which is, and it also kind of creates a weird sort of situation where as a player, you are now sort of maybe more encouraged to acquire stress. Yes, Steve. I mean, that again, I want him to do both. I want him to have two sides, or she. I want her to be good or mess with the acquisition of stress on enemies. Okay. And I also want them to sort of use stress on the characters. Now, yeah, there's definitely a William Wallace vibe, sort of a inspiring leader. But, you know, again, I stress this, firebrand is a real word. It is a piece of burning wood, but it is also, you know, this is the Webster's dictionary here is a troublemaker or an agitator, a person who intentionally causes unrest or conflict, often by aggressively promoting a cause or challenging authority. Right. So, you know, a rabble rouser, this is a person who, again, sort of, gets people hyped up. Matador is not a great subclass name for this, Steve Weber, because we are not fighting bulls. And when people see Matador, they probably think that they're fighting bulls. Also, this probably wouldn't actually work that well against animals or bulls, but they are probably pretty good at antagonizing people, from that perspective. So yeah, I mean, this is a person that's going to provoke and, poke the bear and sort of, get them hyped up and maybe isn't really being nice about it. Now, part of my idea here, which is why I had that poll earlier, is I'm okay with creating a more difficult class that may have a higher ceiling but a lower floor. And what that might mean, and again, this is why I said we might not end up with anything. This is more about you understanding my thought process. I think it's really interesting to create a class that potentially even damages your allies. Like it might not even necessarily, quote unquote, heal stress. It might sort of give stress. So what I'm trying to create, it might eventually cure stress, but this is a class that might actually be able to give stress, because it's this kind of fun balancing act between how much stress do we want. If we take too much stress, we become vulnerable. If we are at full stress and we would take stress, we take hit point damage, right? So there's kind of there's this tension that this game creates, that this play pattern creates. And I think that that's really, really interesting. Now, it does kind of feel like a variant of the wordsmith. Well, the thing about the wordsmith is it says, play the wordsmith if you want to use clever wordplay to captivate crowds. I view this as very much not using clever wordplay, right? This is sort of an agitator. This is a person who is really, really, they are more of a, for lack of a better word, right, a hype man. There is nothing clever or subtle about what they are doing here, And ultimately, I do agree with you to a certain extent that, you could focus on different forms of sort of speech. So if the wordsmith is using wordplay and the spoken word and the troubadour is using music, I saw people suggesting dancers, right? You could have a different subclass, right, for each different type of, performance. But I don't think that the wordsmith necessarily captivates all elements of spoken word, Right. There's sort of a vibe here of like, he pushes you and you get angry. So you take stress, but then you become better at it. But he's kind of an asshole in a kind of sort of way, like a punk rock van vibes, you know. Right. So this is definitely, like I said, it's sort of a rabble rouser, you know. Now the question is, should this use something other than presence? Because all of the core subclasses use presence, and my instinct is to say, oh, it'd be cool to do a bard that isn't just presence. However, I don't think that this is this bard. Because this bard is very clearly relying on their, you know, on their presence in order to sell the, you know, the message that they're doing. So even though I do think it'd be cool to create a bard that used a different adjunct, like for example, you guys were talking about the dancer, right? Like a fire dancer or something like that. I could totally see a dancer, sorry. Does this game have, yeah, I could totally see a dancer bard that used agility, right? To, you know, fast on your feet, nimble, quick to react to danger, right? Or finesse, you know, yeah. You know, well, Dr. Waits, we joked about in the Discord about using strength. And I said, Dr. Waits' wife confirmed that we had the idea of this. So we could totally do a dancer, and a dancer could be totally a separate thing. But also, too, there's a very strong foundation of dancer as a class from, you know, Final Fantasy games. Now, Keithor says instinct could be cool, right? Instinct is a high instinct means you have a keen sense of your surroundings and a natural intuition. So, you know, again, I think that, you know, I think we could go different routes, but yes. Now, Vintage says, what about an ability in which the bard so enrages the opponents that their evasion or armor reduced, since they're so incensed that they have to leave themselves open to attacks? Well, I agree with that, but remember a couple things, Vintage Zebra. Number one, opponents don't have armor in this game. So that's number one. Number two, the bard already gets make a scene where we spend 3 hopes and we distract them, giving them a -2 penalty to their difficulty. So we kind of already have that ability, right? I think I saw Vin in here. What's up, Vin? I thought I saw Vin in here. Vin, are you in here? Maybe not. Lowering difficulty is broken. I mean, you know, it's good stuff. No, it's all good, Vintage. We're all doing that here. Oh, you deleted a post. Okay. But yes, I am doing the elemental thing. That's what I thought I saw. Is it me, or does that 3 hope seem way too expensive for a -2 one time? Well, Warren, I mean, all of the hope features are 3 hope to do something more or less one time, basically. But you have to understand that giving a creature a -2 difficulty and there's no check involved is pretty powerful. So that is kind of, right. It lasts until the GM spends a fear to end it, or until the fiction would otherwise dictate that it would fend. Correct. Correct. Now, the firebrand idea is solid as the fire elemental bard. How are you working in fire, though? Well, so this is kind of where I'm taking a little bit of creative liberty. Just because it's elemental doesn't necessarily mean that it literally has to be elemental. It depends on how magical we want it to be or not.
Smenden tipped $10.
Hey, Smenden, thank you.
The DH streams and would love to see you run a game as someone who has loads of PBTA experience. We'll catch up on the VOD. Quick question, is Outgunned on your list to do a first look?
Well, yes and no, Smenden. Thank you so much for that, by the way. And it would be cool to bring that out. We did do Broken Compass as a first look, Smenden. And Broken Compass is first look. Broken Compass is Outgunned. So yes, but also no. Well, specifically, Broken Compass is Outgunned Adventures, but it's still the Outgunned mechanics, and they just had to rename the game because they got bought by like a new publisher or something like that, you know? So that's one of the reasons why we sort of haven't done it, although I do own Outgunned and Outgunned Adventures because I think it's really, really cool, you know? But we've done it. I mean, it's literally the Broken Compass rule set. It's like literally the Broken Rules Compass. Well, the superhero one is like in Kickstarter form, and it's literally just the same game engine. Just it says, "Oh, but it's superheroes." Right. So, a couple of things about fire too. So, Prince of Nowhere highlights one of the first points. Fire damage in this game is just magic damage, right? So, you really can't make something do fire damage per se. But also, too, there's a little bit element of here where, remember, this is not a hard S game. So how a player chooses to, I mean, all of the subclasses are written as, you know, troubadour. It says, play a troubadour if you want to play music to bolster your allies. Is that magical or is it not magical? The troubadour's performance ability says you can play a relaxing song and everybody heals a hit point. Is that magical healing or is it not magical healing? The answer is it depends. It depends on how you want to flavor it. It depends on how you want it to look like. What does it look like in your fiction? And what does that mean? Is it are you just, you know, are you just playing a song and it's really nice and people, you know, feel better about it and they kind of can shrug off their wound and go back to fighting? Or does it literally magically heal them? That's up to you. Mechanically, you clear a hit point. But in the fiction, that depends. So for the bard, having a firebrand, I think if we, you know, explicitly and overtly make it magical and, you know, there's like fire erupting from you, I don't know, number one, that really makes any sort of difference. But also, two, the game is already sort of structured in a way that a lot of things aren't really flavored in such a, you know, discrete way that this is how this works and there is no, you know, way to sort of do it. That could be a thing, Beowulf, for sure. So, we, for our firebrand, need to decide on what we want our foundation, ability, and stuff to be. So let me take this. Okay. Well, they have Fireball from Codex. So typically, Beowulf, they get three features. Well, they get three sets of features. They get a foundation feature, a specialization feature, and a mastery feature. In the instance of our bard, for example, from the book, the troubadour gets gifted performer, which gives them 3 songs, each usable. They get maestro, and then they get virtuoso, which lets them use their features again. The wordsmith gets rousing speech and heart of a poet. So in some way they get 2, but another way to think of it is they only get 3. The other one gets 3, even though they only had 1. And then they get eloquent and they get epic poetry. So basically, you're going to have at a minimum of 3 and probably at an absolute maximum, I would say probably 5, but you could theoretically have 6. I mean, I think if you're going to put 2 abilities in, I think you should do it at the first level. Now, again, and if you have 1 ability, I think it should be probably something that's a little bit more, complex or interesting, or have a bunch of, cool little features to it. As an example, somehow the druid, they get 12. So, of course the druid gets, the druid basically gets 12 abilities. DM Kizzle, thank you so much. Maybe Firebrand interacts with other party members' experiences, like needling about their past, and that drives them to overperform. Yeah, I mean, experiences would be a new area that, new era that we haven't really exposed of DM Kizzle. I don't absolutely, hate that. I mean, I think I kind of want to stick with stress, but maybe there's a way that, like, you could allow your allies to spend stress to activate their experiences instead of hope or something. I mean, all of these ideas are open to things. I mean, again, for me, this is more about design. I don't really care about whether it's broken or balanced or fits with the game. I really would rather it be like, about something that, like, whatchamacallit, that it fits the theme, and it seems like it will create a cool, moment, cool play experience in the game. So one of the things that we should be aware of is that, like, there is certain subclasses, by the way, are going to be sort of drawn to certain, areas. And so there is certain subclasses are going to be drawn to certain things in the game. So there is a level 2 grace ability. I'm just going to put it here in this format here. There is a level 2 grace ability. Oh my God, that is way bigger than I thought it was going to be. That is called Troublemakers. This is already a weird ability, but it says, when you taunt or provoke at a target within far range, make a presence roll against them. Once per rest on a success, roll a number of d4s equal to your proficiency. The target must mark stress equal to the highest result rolled. So, number one, you can only do this once per rest anyways, but this is sort of basically the most effective. You love that ability. Why is it weird? Because you roll a number of d4s equal to your proficiency, and then you choose the highest one. That's just not a mechanic that really gets used a lot in the game. So it's kind of a weird mechanic. That's why it's kind of weird. Like roll 44, take high, Stress is more costly than hope, yes. But also realize that stress is also something that you can build up through level ups and stuff like that. Can we screw with the dice? Yes. I mean, there's instances in the game where you're able to turn your D12 hope die into a D20. Like spend a hope to replace the fear die with D10 instead of D12, and when you do, you automatically get a +2 to the roll. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, the real key here is creating for me, isn't just about creating abilities in a vacuum. It's about creating a pattern of experience that mechanically reinforces a sort of core idea of the game or core idea of the class. And what I really want to do here is either have a class that benefits from adversaries being stressed and or increases ability to deal stress, but also allies benefit from being stressed / a way to turn stress into a beneficial resource. At its core, this is what I want the class to do to make it different, if that makes sense. And again, some of this stuff may be broken and maybe whatever. But like one example might be, and again, I don't know if this is a foundational feature, if it's a specialization feature or whatever. Okay. So one ability is, it might be broken. I don't know. So this is rally. Once per session, you give someone a rally dice. Okay. And then they roll a D6 and they can spend their rally die to roll it, adding the result to their action roll, reaction roll, or damage roll, or clear a number of stress at the end of each session. So one thing that we could do is we could modify this rally roll. And if they roll the D6 and it is less than the amount of stress that they have when they roll it, they don't lose the D6. Right? So the idea is that if your party is really stressed out, you can keep them rallied. Okay? So you're still giving them a rally die, but now is someone going to spend, like, let's say, you know that if you roll under your stress, you get to keep the rally die. Well, are you going to spend your rally die if you have 2 stress? No, you're going to wait till you have like 4 stress or 5 stress, right? And then you're going to roll the rally die, right? So, because now you have a good chance, 50% chance of keeping the rally die, or maybe you let your stress get all the way up, to 6 or 7. So, well, remember, you're giving this mini game to the players. You're letting the player decide what to do with this D6. But fundamentally, it doesn't change the game for them. What it does is it means that your allies kind of benefit from being stressed out. Right? So that was kind of one idea that I was kind of playing with. Right. And the thing is, Jorelson, remember too, at higher levels, you also will get potentially more stress slots as well. So, and then, at higher levels, you get a D8, and now you're more likely, if someone didn't increase their stress, you're like, well, I'm probably going to roll, over it. So, you see, this is, I'm not, again, I said, I don't want to shit on anybody. For every 2 stress, the target of your action you have gets +1 to your roll. Like that's, well, number one, if they're stressed, that you already gain advantage. If they're max stress, Zipper Fist, you already get advantage because that's what gives you the vulnerable state. So if they're max stress, you already get advantage. So there's that. But the other thing is too, is I don't want that kind of, that's too crunchy for me. With the 2 stress thing and blah, 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 blah. Problem is, once a character has 11 or 12 stress slots, you can keep the rally die indefinitely. Well, that's true, Michael Guth. So that's a balance issue. That is something that we have to do. By the way, if a character really invested that much into their stress, that is totally fair. Now that's the idea of like using stress, but the problem with that, Steve Weber, is we'd have to limit that somehow, and we have to have some way to track it, and how often that we could do that. It could be some sort of reaction or something like that. I don't hate that idea, the ability to sort of convert stress into a damage roll and sort of heal the stress by making them deal more damage. I actually don't hate that. I also don't mind Keithor's point. Like maybe that's a perk for just having a firebrand in the party. No. All ideas are welcome. This is totally fine. So the other way that we could do it is if you roll, it could be based off of your unmarked stress or something like that. In addition to that, very cathartic, right? Maybe have the rally die instead get smaller. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I kind of like that idea. Now, again, too, I don't know if this is a foundational feature or something like that. This idea that, you can't keep up the passion forever, It's kind of an interesting idea. The problem is that in the base state, it's just going to be a D6 and then a D4. But maybe that's not so bad. Maybe that's not terrible. But I also don't know if that's a good enough excuse for people to manage their stress. D2, that's true. Everyone does have. Technically, everyone has a D3 too, but I don't think this game really. I don't recall it using D6s or D3s. Alternatively, I don't know. I'd have to do the odds. Now, this is something that the game also does. Okay. Another option could be that when you spend the rally die, okay, after the whatever you did is done, roll a number of D6s equal to the amount of stress you have marked. If you roll a 6, keep the rally die. Now, that is a mechanic that this game already uses in some other instances. So if somebody has 6 stress marked, they would roll 6d6. And if you roll a 6, you get to keep the rally die. If they have 8d6, they would roll 8d6. If they roll a 6, they get to keep the rally die. But we could then say that if they keep the rally die, they add a stress. Does that make some sense? And maybe they don't have to try to keep it. They can try to. It's a choice. They don't have to. Or maybe with the firebrand, it's even it should be even more brutal. Why should it be 6 plus? It's just a D6. So I don't know how you can roll higher than a 6 on a D6. So like if you had, well, no, this isn't the rally die. This is just separate. So like, no, Michael Guth, because if you just get to choose, you're gonna metagame and min-max the shit out of that. Correct. That's what I'm trying to solve with this problem, or that's what I'm trying to solve with the solution. So like, if you had 4 stress marked, after you use the rally die, whether it's a D8 or a D6 or whatever, you would roll 4 D6. And if you get at least a 6, you get to keep the rally die, but then your stress becomes 5. Does that make sense? And this could be a choice, but I said maybe it's also cooler if it's not a choice, right? Like you're a firebrand. You don't give them a choice. You're irritating the shit out of them. They're going to keep you hyped up, even if it means that you go, you stressed out. After a short rest, your ally with the most stress slots marked gains benefit X. I kind of like that. Now that's a whole separate mini game, Steve, which is that people might not want to lower their stress when they're in camp, because remember, that is kind of an interesting idea. Because the interesting thing here is you get a rally die. Hey, what's up, Colette? You get a rally die only once per, what is it? Is it once per session? Once per long rest, maybe? I hope it's long rest. That would work so much better if it is. No, it's once per session. Okay. Yeah. So that's actually even harsher. Because, you're almost kind of, well, this also does a separate thing, guys, which is we can't re-give somebody our bardic die. Remember when we were talking about the warriors thing and the rogues thing and how I totally let that stack, right? The warrior has that +1 to attacks, but it costs 3 hope, and it resets when you take a rest. Right? I love the idea that your character may be like, no. Like, I don't want to clear my stress on the long rest because I want to keep my stress because I only get this rally die once a session and I want to keep it. I mean, because let's be clear here, right? I mean, most of the time, the first thing that you're going to do in a session is rally the party, right? There's very little benefit to waiting to rally them. And that's actually something I kind of dislike a little bit about the rally mechanic. Because, why wouldn't you give them that die as soon as you could so that they have it available to them? Colette says, just ran my first game under the new rules. Sick. Thank you for your tip on setting up one player in combat and then asking another player what they are doing and resolving both, it was a huge hit. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to do in PBTA games is to sort of shift the spotlight mid-turn, let another player resolve it, and then switch back. And so that way you kind of get this feeling of like really dynamic combat and like things happening actually simultaneously. So I'm glad to hear that your players responded very well to it. Not everybody does, admittedly, but I have found it to be really cool things. So that's awesome. Thank you, Colette. Joel says, I really like it not being a choice. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know, you're the firebrand. Makes you roll a number of d6 equal to your mark stress. And if any of the numbers match, you gain something cool like hit points or bonus damage. We could do that, Prince of Nowhere. That does start to get a little bit more fiddlier than I would maybe necessarily want. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. I don't hate it. You could modify the rally mechanic to be once per long rest, but decrement the die. The problem is, and this isn't exactly true, but oftentimes, I mean, once per long rest is going to be somewhat synonymous sometimes with once per session. It really depends on your group and your pacing and all that other stuff. But also, you know, there's already the wordsmith, and the wordsmith at master level can just give somebody, nobody in the game, oh no, I guess they make it a D10. Yeah, it's just that going from D6 to D4 is just like, it's okay, but I don't know. I like what I like about this, even if this necessarily, maybe you're like, oh, this isn't broken. Yeah, I like that it creates a play pattern that is different than if it wasn't there. Okay, like, you know, nope, I'm not poo-pooing, you know, the bard, but like this stuff here, like, hey, everybody gains a hit point by healing. Or, hey, everybody gains a hope. Like, here's, again, I'm not poo-pooing it because it's fine, whatever. But, like, there is almost no situation where you wouldn't just use this right away. Right? Why wouldn't you just make everybody have the hope? Unless, like, for some odd reason you're starting your camp session and everybody's at max hope. I don't know. Like, if everybody has open hope slots, which I think you will do pretty much most of the time, you would just always use the Heartbreaking Song, right? Always. And in fact, when you get 8th level and you get Virtuoso and you can use each of these twice per long rest, the first thing that you would do is probably sing your Heartbreaking Song twice. And just everybody would mark +2 hope. Which is fine. It's cool and it's, you know, flavorful, but it doesn't really change the way that you play the game, right? It doesn't really, it's very easy. It doesn't ask anything of you. It's just like, hey, +2 hope. What I like is for there to be a different way that you play. And I think that makes it a little bit different. And I like the idea that it's a little bit dangerous and it's a little bit, you know, scary, which I kind of like. Hype dice. Now you sound like Bob. I don't hate it. All players start with 6. There's humans start with 7 slots open. It's the matching number thing on a Splendor card. Copper, I don't know. I don't know. Rally dice is a class feature. That is correct. Could you just add the number of stress to the rally die? You could, Pathfinder PhD, but you know, that's just making it a strong ability even stronger. And that does solve the problem, which is that it makes people want to have high stress before they use their rally die. So I mean, that does solve the design space for sure, you know? So I think that is probably the simplest way that we could do it. and still get that feeling of like, I want my players to have, or players are incentivized to keep their stress levels high. So I do definitely agree with that. After an ally uses a rally die, place it on the foundation card. You can spend the die to add your damage or something. Possibly, but I don't know necessarily how that ties into the idea of like my allies being, buoyed by my by the stressfulness and the rhetoric, you know? Am I missing something on hope? I always see people say that you'll be missing hope, but I just ran a one-shot and have been doing one-on-ones with my wife, and it's always full on hope. Well, Alex, I mean, every class has a hope feature that presumably you should be using fairly often. You have to spend a hope every time you want to mark an experience. You have to spend a hope. Now, in your case, it's one-on-ones, so you're probably not doing a lot of help rolls. But if you want to tag an experience, it costs a hope. If you want to use your hope feature, it costs 3 hope. If you want to help somebody, it costs a hope. A lot of spells cost hope. There might even be something else I'm forgetting, but yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways in the game to use hope and spend hope. Yes, the Seraph has a matching thing. Yeah, that I was aware of. I didn't know of a domain card. Okay. Something with their magic weapon, right? They like throw it and it does something. The Seraphs. When you roll damage for your spirit weapon, if any of the dice match, double the value of each of the matching dice. But that's one of those situations, Copper, where we're already rolling multiple dice because of our high-level proficiency and we're rolling damage. So it's piggybacking onto something that we're already doing anyways. Oh, yeah, that tag teams. Thank you, Prince of Nowhere. That was the other thing I thought, which also don't matter. With a one player. That is absolutely true, Prince of Nowhere. I completely forgot about that. Your party members who have your rally die get to roll a d4 when they are at 6 stress and deal half the rolled amount rounded up in damage to an enemy and clear the stress without getting vulnerable. I kind of like the idea of them being vulnerable, though, you know, in a strange way. I'm not necessarily saying that might be something else that we do with the, you know, the concept, but also too, rolling D4 and taking half of that is like, okay, so you're saying between 1 and 2. It just seems like that's very, very fiddly for no particular reason. Mark a stress. Roll the rally die with advantage. If you roll a 6+, you don't lose the rally die. So that is more encouraging them to gain stress, which I do like, Sam, because like I said in my design doc, my goal is I want them to benefit from being stressed, but I also want them to sort of be encouraged or have a way that taking stress or gaining stress becomes a beneficial, you know, resource. The problem with that, Beowulf, is that that's pretty rough because you can't even get to 7 or 8 unless you specifically upgrade that. And even then, like, the core bard's ability goes to D8 at 5 anyways. So by the time that you could probably have enough stress that they could have 8 slots to mark, the rally die will already be a D8. So if anything, that's actually a bit of a nerf. Well, to be fair, we don't have to tie it to rally. But a lot of subclasses do tie in to the rally mechanic, which I think is really, really cool. You could do a tag team move without spending hope if you and the Firebrand have the same amount of stress. The problem there, DM Kizzle, is what if we have the same amount of stress? Now we could just do that a bunch. And also, like, what if our stress is both 0 or like 1? You know, it's like that doesn't seem like it's really interested, you know, in that respect. Yeah, I mean, what we're really playing with here is if you're at max stress, then you're vulnerable, and any stress you take is hit point damage. It's the idea of sort of turning that vulnerability on its head and meaning that, you know, emotionally, and your character is now sort of almost like berserked or enraged in a certain way, right? You know, you're sort of attacking with advantage, but, you know, whatever. What was Sam's idea? Did I miss it? By the way, I don't know about you guys, but it's not quite clear if this is the case, but I would totally do this with strange patterns, right? Like if the wizard picks 7, if you roll a 77, I am totally being like, I'm marking 2 hope. That would be pretty sweet. I think that's too powerful, Keithor. And, you know, adding stress score to their hope die, I think that's pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful. A limit break isn't a bad idea, John. I actually kind of like the idea of a limit break. If you are at max stress, the rally die becomes a D12. Why are we so focused on effing with ally stress so much? Can't we just focus on enemy stuff so we dial down how much of a pain in the ass this could be on a party when played badly? No, I mean, that's the other side of it, right? I mean, this class is going to have multiple features. So one of the other things is to increase or otherwise benefit from adversaries being stressed. Now, remember, if an adversary is at max stress, they are vulnerable. So that's already kind of a core concept of the game. But, you know, or increase ability to deal stress to get them to the point. This idea of like really, you know, being good at stressing out, you know, your enemies. Yes. Yeah, the Nightwalker has the adrenaline rush. I'm aware of that one. Which is when they are vulnerable, you add your level to damage rolls. But that's vulnerable from anything. It doesn't have to necessarily just be from stress. It could be from anything. So John brings up a great point, and I'm curious to know what people would generally thinking about this. So one idea, I had this idea as well, John, which, you know, again, thinking about this from the perspective of the bard, like, is there a way to deal stress damage instead of hit point damage, right? So that, you know, your character is sort of giving up the ability to do hit point damage to deal stress damage. Now, the problem with that is, you know, the best condition, quote unquote, is still dead. But there could be a situation where a lot of character times these monsters have less stress than they have hit points. And once they're out of stress, they can't use their special abilities. They become vulnerable to the whole thing. But that also might be, you know, too powerful if you could just do 1, 2, or 3 stress with every attack. So, you know, I kind of like, you know, I kind of like that idea, you know? Oh, for sure. The problem with this, Dr. Waits, is what does that look like in the fiction? And this is a fiction first game. It has to make sense in the fiction, right? Like how do we create a situation where, you know, the warrior's sword swing isn't doing any damage, but is dealing stress instead? And it does have to make sense. I mean, it is a fiction first game, you know? Now, the other thing that I like, somebody mentioned this, so getting back to it, is, again, I like the play pattern of, like, okay, so PC being stressed can be beneficial. So that's like our one ability. And then we have this thing where it's like the PC, let's just say, deals stress damage. Right? So, but the problem with this is this coming from the bard or is this coming from your allies? Because I like the idea that the players can somehow take stress to sort of do this. So I don't think that the PCs would be able to do this. I think this would be limited to the bard. And making the bard someone who can do a bunch of stress damage. Now, again, there is this grace ability called Troublemaker, which only works once a session. Maybe once a long rest, where they can basically do stress damage. So, but I mean, granted, there's lots of abilities that also increase your attack rolls in domains, and yet we still have class features that increase your domains. That doesn't necessarily mean that that design space is, you know, off limits. But I think what it really comes down to is in terms of, let's answer this. In terms of dealing damage to enemies or adversaries, do we want, so this is dealing stress damage, for lack of a better word. Should this be something that only the bard gets? This idea that you're like, provoking them and inciting them and doing this other stuff? Or should it be something that, anyone can do, / anyone with a rally die or something like that? Like, is this something that I think personally it should probably be restricted to the bard? Something like that, where they're able to sort of incite the enemy, right? It doesn't really make sense that the other PCs are suddenly becoming, better at this. Yeah, maybe it's just an at first thing. So the question is, what does that look like? Oh, it would definitely be a rally dice holder. If it was another PC, I love Nox, it would definitely be a rally dice holder only. But I agree that I think at least for initially, it should only be the bard. So what does that look like? Now, this is another situation where I don't think this exists in the game, Ludo. As I understand it, we do not have a once per scene or once per combat as a cooldown type. We have a once per rest. We have a once per long rest. We have a once per session. But I do not think we have anything that's like a once per scene or once, per whatever. Yeah, there's a vicious mockery Smackdown talk here, John, for sure, that I like a lot. How about giving a party member one or two? Well, Valdal, I mean, we're talking about the buffs. I mean, right now we're kind of focused on the other side, which is like, how do you deal stress damage to enemies? How about giving a party member 1 or 2 stress to give him a countdown die, D4, D6, that gives damage bonus like the ability from the card reversed? Yeah. I don't hate it. What about something like, what about something like, if the bard rolls with hope, they can choose, assuming it's a targeted attack against an adversary, to inflict 1 stress instead. Something like that. Now, a couple of things of note here is that this would mean that they could fail with hope and still choose not to take the hope and inflict stress against the enemy. Now, this could be in combat. This could be in a social situation. Obviously, they have to be targeting something that would matter against this stress roll. But this might be a little bit more interesting because you are sort of giving up the hope in order to add stress to the situation. Like if the player is not taking hope because they're just being,
tip
$25. Hey, Void, thank you.
Keep up all the good work you do. Looking forward to that actual play. Any spillover is for pretzels and beer for you guys. Wine time.
Void, thank you very, very, very much for that. I really, really appreciate that. I'm really excited to see how much support people have for this game and for us holding that. I think that's really, really awesome. And Void, I really appreciate that. And I do enjoy some beer and pretzels, so I will cheers and tip you to that, my friend. Thank you, Void. That was very nice of you, and really appreciate that tip. That was very considerate of you. Thank you a lot. Hopefully, actual play soon. The issue for us is really like figuring out this VTT problem, and I don't know why Darrington Press is like bad about the VTTs. And everyone's like, oh, you can use Roll20 with the demiplane, but I've heard that it's really bad, Yes, I love Nox. This is sort of taking the Slayer situation, right? Because the Slayer situation is there's kind of this idea of like hope being sort of like a yay, we're doing well. And like the Slayer's kind of like, no, I want to do vicious, horrible damage. And so this is kind of like an idea of like the bard is giving up on feeling good about themselves in order to make the enemy feel worse. Right. And like you can't like be shitting on somebody and also gaining hope at the same time, Like so I think there's some fun to this as well. And again, speaking of the situation, like this might be a foundational ability of the Firebrand, but maybe it eventually gives to everybody in the party who, is holding a rally die or something like that, as a way to sort of like stress bomb people. Remember, that wouldn't happen at minimum until 8th level. So at that point, the game's, winding up. But remember, too, adversaries get more stress as the game goes on. Generally speaking, Samuel, I really would want to avoid, too many reactions to foundational ability. Demiplane rant, exactly. Right, Debbie Downer as a subclass, right? Debbie Downer isn't gaining, too much hope. And by the way, John, it's official. I can't have children. That's like my favorite Saturday Night Live skit of all time. Steve, the GM can spend a fear to prevent you from rolling D4 and forcing a target to mark stress equal to the roll. That seems a little overly fiddly, Steve. There is elements of Noise Marine here, for sure, Dr. Stevel, for sure. Again, I don't, part of the question you need to ask yourselves is, would this ability interest us? And I don't know. I think it could. Now, it's 1 stress. Maybe it should be more than 1 stress, but also, remember, we're rolling with hope 54% of the time. So I feel like going above 1 stress starts getting quickly into a danger zone type situation. And remember, this is just a rider. This is a passive thing on top of us. And this is really basically asking, would we be willing to spend a hope to deal a stress? And I think we've established pretty clearly in this chat, right, that hope is less valuable than stress. Now, granted, remember, we're actually doing, So the concept of this bard is a rabble rouser, Prince of Nowhere. It is the dictionary definition of a firebrand is somebody who a person who intentionally causes unrest or conflict, often by aggressively promoting a cause or challenging authority. Well, on a crit, DM Crizzle, you would gain a hope and you would clear 1 stress. That's what happens on a crit. And because you gained a hope, you could choose to not gain the hope and you could have them mark a stress. But you would clear a stress because you're like, in this situation, you're like, I am feeling a little bit relieved that I've sort of yelled at them. Check out Void. Thank you so much for the tip, and I really appreciate that. And hopefully we'll get something out playing sound to me. Personally, I think this is an okay feature. I don't feel like this is too powerful. Yeah, right. Right. It's a +1, -1, Keithor. Yeah. For sure. BioWolf says, giving up a hope, deal a stress is a solid ability. And remember, the Slayer can essentially already do this with their Slayer ability. That's how the Slayers gain, Slayer dice. Now, granted, they can build those dice up and they can use them as a pool, but the Slayer also only gets one ability. So if this is our foundational ability, I would still want there to be another ability for this. So we need to give this. Now, I don't, there's a language here. So, we need to give this a good name, other than sick burn. Even though that may be the most appropriate. Castigation. I like that. Sick burn is awesome. I mean, well, the joke is that it's fire related. That's why that's why I called it sick burn. Because it's it's still kind of burning. It's still kind of fire related. So that's why I kind of like. But yeah, we could call it fiery retort is not bad. But the problem with retort is retort feels like something that would be more of a reaction, John. And remember, this is when we roll with hope. So I feel like it's kind of things. So we're kind of, Flame Tongue, if Flame Tongue wasn't such an iconic sword, it would be amazing. That is true. All right, we'll come back to the name. We'll call it Sick Burn for right now. So what are we saying here? Spicy comments pretty good here. Absolutely, Vintage Zebra. Absolutely. Fiction here 100% matters. 100%. And this is what a fiction first game means. Correct. Ha! Hot take. Hot take is pretty good. Fiery rebuke. That's not bad. Hot take is pretty good too. Well, we'll stick with the funny name right now. So, hot take is pretty good. We might want to bank that one for later. Flame Tongue is actually really good, and I think people would sort of associate it with the sword. But another one might be like scorching words or something like that. Scorching insult or something like that. But we'll just call it Sick Burn right now. We can come up with a better name later. So it's like whenever, and again, I don't know exactly what the language is here in the correct way to say it, but it's like whenever the bard rolls with hope against, what's the Slayer class say? Actually, we could probably take it from that. The bard, the rogue, the warrior. Let's see what the bard says. On a roll with hope. There we go. Okay. But, okay. On a roll with hope. You can cause your adversary to mark a stress instead of gaining a hope. Something like that. There we go. Seething Fire. Spitfire is pretty good. Searing Reprimand is also pretty good. Spitfire is pretty good. We'll just leave it. Again, we can always come back and change names. So that is sort of our core, for lack of a better word, sort of damage dealing type thing. Now I do want to give them this other function, this other ability, because this is obviously, not enough. Stop with the different I'm not messing with the I'm not messing with the different dice sizes. That's too fiddly for me, for sure. This coming from Beowulf, king of the complex mechanics. Once per long rest, when you or an ally makes an attack on a target within close range, you can force the target to mark stress equal to the number of hit points that they mark. Yeah, it's not bad. D20 when rolling to resist consequences or against authority. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know how often that would come up, if that would come up enough for that to really be worth a whole feature, but it would be very flavorful. I completely agree with you. You know, I don't mind this. Isn't there a domain ability that does something like this? Attack causes a target to mark. DM Kissel, I don't think that's really going to matter too much for the purposes of this. Like, against adversaries, like, we don't really have to worry about that stuff. That's way too powerful, Valdal. Also, again, I don't know that fits in with our theme of us kind of like ramping people up, you know? Well, if we look at what the normal bard has, so the troubadour at the beginning of the game can heal everybody for a hit point, make one enemy vulnerable, and give all allies a hope. And then the other one is once per long rest, you can clear 2 stress. And after you make an action roll to impress, persuade, or offend someone, you can spend a hope to add a D4 to the roll. Now, I kind of wanted something here that represented more of us inspiring our allies, right? Inflaming our allies. You know, something like, you know, I don't know. You know, something like, you know, inflammatory rhetoric or something like that, you know, something like where you can, this is sort of tied into the concept of how do we, you know, how do we do more with our allies, and how do we get them excited, and how do we pump them up? Zipper Fist says, I like messing with die-sized Veil. Don't let Derek bum you out, man. Yeah. So again, if we look, you know, this one increases the rally die to D10. This one, whenever you give your rally die to an ally, they can gain a hope or clear a stress. And again, most of the time, I think you're going to just start the session by, I mean, giving people, I mean, it's kind of simple, really, honestly. Come on. There we go. I don't know why that was there. There we go. You shame your allies into being more efficient. Well, it's more like, you know, yelling at them causes them to, you know, get, I mean, like, it could be something like an ally, you know, I don't, again, I'm just thinking, okay, please, by all means, an ally can, this could be completely crazy. So I'm just thinking here, ally can mark an amount of stress equal to their, and this is badly written, I'm just thinking this. An ally can mark an amount of stress equal to the result of one of their dice rolls. One of their die rolls value to re-roll it. So like if you roll a 1, you can mark a stress and you could re-roll the 1. If you roll a 4, you can spend 4 stress and re-roll the 4. And if you roll a 5, you can spend 5 stress and re-roll the 5. Or something like that. I don't know. You know, and obviously if you roll like an 8, you can't mark 8 stress, you know. It's backwards ROI. I don't know what that means. Oh, it's true. If you re-roll and still fail, that feels bad. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, re-rolling and feeling bad is always a part and parcel. I mean, you can't. So, yeah. Right. So only re-roll 1s and 2s. I mean, it could just be re-rolling a 1, you know, a 1 or a 2. I mean, yes, you would clearly only do this on low numbers. So maybe it says like, okay, you know, it could say whenever an ally rolls turn a failure with hope into a success with fear. I think that's too powerful, John. I mean, that's like literally turning misses into hits. Yeah, I mean, you could just say whenever an ally rolls a 1 or 2 on a duality die, they can spend or they can mark. Something like that. No, because that's how you get to like ridiculously high values, vintage zebra. Plus now we have to remember what the roll was and blah, 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 blah. Somebody mentioned it in chat, King Hodop, not me. Again, I'm just trying to think of a situation where we kind of want to benefit our allies at the cost of stress. I think 2 stress is very expensive, Steve. Now, and maybe this feels really, you know, powerful, but well, remember my original idea was that when an ally spends the rally die, yeah, it'd be too messy to improve substat. Okay, we could say whenever an ally rolls a 1 on a duality die, they may mark 1 stress to re-roll it. I mean, I'm fine with, I mean, it's very clear. It's very clear cut, clean, you know? You know, we could have this be within a range, you know, whenever an ally within far range rolls a 1 on a duality, they may mark 1. Right, because the idea is that what we want to build with this foundational platform is it's like, oh, there's a way for the bard to help the allies out by giving them stress. And then as they get higher stress, they might want to clear the stress, but then we have a way that we encourage them to keep the stress, you know? Your whole party is halflings? Oh, is that what halflings do? I thought halflings rolled luck. Whenever you roll, you know, internal compass, whenever you roll a 1 on your hope die, you can re-roll it. They get to do it for free, so... Prince, I think what if an ally that is holding your rally die that can use this, they can mark a stress to keep their rally die after rolling it. I think that'd be probably too good. That's why I like that idea of like the more stress that your allies has, the more that their rally die might be able to do it. No, because recovering that kind of stress, Solemn Magus, I think would be very powerful and too over, and, you know. Actually, vintage, I think there's a lot more dials and levers than you actually think there is. An example, like I said, is like the classes and stuff like that create their own sub-mechanics. I mean, technically, the druid's beast form ability, the ranger's animal form abilities, I mean, those are just whole new systems, whole new entire subsystems that they created just for that class. And then, like I said, if you look at a class like the subclass like the warrior, the slayer, they get this whole slayer system, D6 dice pool thing or whatever. You know. And by the way, what's cool about this is, you know, well, obviously if they roll double one, they're going to keep it because it's a crit. But like this would work on the hope die or the fear die. And again, we can always, you know, tweak this. So Steve, I think I think you're close. The dream here would be to force stress on allies with the foundation and special. I think the idea is to force stress on allies with the foundation feature, then to make it matter at the specialization, and then turn it into sort of really good at mastery. So. Well, the thing is, Stephen, I actually kind of don't see this class as being good at healing stress, per se. It's a little weird, and I wouldn't want to put it into the class. But like the rally die technically lets you spend the rally die to clear stress. And there's a part of me that almost wishes that I could change that so that you couldn't clear stress with this. It's like the only way that I want, again, this is me getting into the fictional headspace. This class, right? Someone said this is the gaslighting class. There's an element here of sort of emotional manipulation that these people are really good at getting you really worked up. But then the only way that you can release that, the only way that you can have catharsis is if you sort of do what they want you to do. Right? And so I like the idea that this class is kind of tempting you to build up stress, but then they're maybe not really good at relieving the stress unless it's through this pre-approved methodology, like, you know, doing damage or you know, attacking their foe or whatever the case is, right? There's sort of like a kind of a Faustian deal kind of mechanic there. They're not necessarily a bad guy, but they're not necessarily good, you know, like, you know, the same in that respect. So, all right, hold on a second. I'm going to be right back. Use the bathroom real quick. Here, enjoy some smooth tunes. All right, here we go. What's up, Tim? Just got back from picking up the kids. Love what I'm seeing here. All right, cool. All Chocobo, no breaks. What about a feature where someone yells at you, you clear a stress, and then you get a damage boost or something like that? I don't know that I like the idea that that we can kind of keep this going. I was actually thinking about this. Okay, so let's think about this from a mechanical perspective. Let me go back over to this. Okay, so we have 6 open stress slots. Then we have a rally die, which starts at D6. And by the time we would specialize, it would actually be a D8. Well, I like the idea that we've sort of set up a situation where the players are going to hopefully want to incur stress in order to keep doing additional rerolls of 1s. The problem is they're only going to reroll on 1. Well, no. What's the odds of rolling at least 1-1? Okay. The odds that you roll a 1 are 17%. The problem is, why would rabble rousing and fiery, getting people fired up, make attacks miss? It doesn't really seem like that might make sense. So this character has 6 slots empty. Let's say that they've increased it, because they probably have. So if we... Stupid fucking thing. There's a concept here that I cannot verbalize. If you roll less than the number of marked, how does that work? All right, this character has 2 unmarked stress boxes, so their value is a 2. that would feel like a really shitty thing. So what I was thinking of is, if the rally die is greater than or equal to your unmarked stress, you keep it. So what this means is that if a character is... Now, this works even if the character maxes out their stress, right? Because now we're tying it to the unmarked. If a character has no stress marked... if a character has no empty stress boxes, if all of their stress is filled, this would make them vulnerable. Then, even on a roll of a 1... they will have rolled greater than or equal to the number of unmarked stress we have, and they would keep the rally die. This means that as long as the character is full stressed and vulnerable, they can keep using the rally die over and over and over again. If our character had 2 stress boxes unmarked. If they rolled a 1 or a 2, they would lose the rally die. If they rolled a 3, 4, 5, or 6, or 7 or 8, they would get to keep it. If the character had 5 unmarked boxes, then if they rolled a 5 or higher, or whatever, they would get to keep it. The problem is this actually kind of rewards you for having, well, no, it actually kind of rewards you for having low stress, because like if a character increased their stress, like this character has 7 unmarked stress, so the only way they would keep the rally dice is if they rolled an 8. But even though they don't have any stress. Do I hate that? No. It's not really that's a weird interaction though. But I do like what it sort of does, which is that it encourages you to keep your character stressed, which I like. So there's a couple of weird little problems with this design, but it fundamentally sort of gets to what I have it. Solemn Magus, yes, I would rather you keep it on a low die roll 2 as well. The problem is if you keep it on a low die roll, then there's a problem where the characters could potentially end up with such high stress values that they don't have they could just infinitely use it over and over again. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the right way is to do this. Well, because, by the way, I was going to say, this is going to say, if the rally die is less than or equal to the unmarked stress, yeah, we're not also subtracting a D4 from a roll. I think that's very fiddly. Again, ideally, I would like to be able to do something that you're doing anyways and just piggyback off of that. Because I was going to say, like, the other thing that I could do is, like, if the rally dice is less than or equal to the amount of unrestricted you struck it, then mark 1 stress. This way we keep it from becoming infinite. And eventually the character will literally start taking hit point damage because they're so stressed out, it's actually causing them physical harm. But this could set up a situation where if people in your party are really, really stressed out, they could basically use the rally die like on all their rolls and just kind of like go off. And that's kind of what I want to happen from a play pattern perspective. Something like that. Of course not, Dr. Waits. That's not the way we would even remotely think about this game anyways. Also, it's very thematic, right? Like, if the GM is causing stress to the players, you know, like the monsters are like making fun of them, this is just more fuel for the firebrand, you know? Yes, if you really heavily invest, you can get up to 12 stress slots. Actually, maybe humans can get 13 or something like that. Well, it doesn't, Copper Blint. That's what we would save for the master ability. This would be the specialization ability. This is basically like the first 2 things give you something where, you know, they can mark stress to re-roll it, and you can make your enemies lose stress. And then specialization would be a cool way, and then mastery would sort of be like a way to like push it over the top, you know? Human Slayer can get 14. That's still pretty sick. Well, and that's why I wanted to work off of the number of unmarked stress, because you know what? Think about it this way. If you have a character who only has 6 stress slots versus a character who has however many fucking slots that is, right? This character should be kind of like harder to manipulate from the Firebrand's perspective than this character, right? Because this character should, this character doesn't become vulnerable until they've taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, until they've taken 10 stress. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to work off of how much unmarked stress that you have, Well, remember, Steve, the rally die goes to a D8 at level 5. And I don't having. I don't want to. I definitely think having is not a good function. Also, remember, like I said, at level 5, the rally die becomes a D8 anyways. So that doesn't really help our problem. Regardless, really, we got to be thinking about from this point of the game on, it's a D8. So. I don't know. I like the idea that if you have very few stress marked left, if you've done a good job of filling up your stress and keeping it filled up, that your character can sort of keep the rally going, right? It's not just one and done. You're still stressed out. So that the Firebrand can keep you, sort of motivated, keep you pushing. You're saying just limit it? I'm not going to lie. Yes, that probably solves the issue, but it makes me unhappy. I don't know why, but like when something like that is like once per session, it just feels much more limited, because the thing is like the Bardic Inspiration die is already just once a session. So once you lose it, Steve, you don't get it back anyways. So it doesn't really matter. The whole gameplay of this is, can you keep it going for the whole session? That's the challenge. The challenge to the players is, because once the Bardic Rally die is gone, you can never get it back. Ever. Right? During the session. So, because you get the Bardic Inspiration once per session. So the mini game that this is asking you and your players to do is, can you go the whole session, and if you can keep your stress really high, then you can keep the rally die for the whole session. Because even if you make it once a session, like you could do this, right? Where you could say like, well, there's elements of barbarian rage in this, right? There's kind of an element here of enragement, of of keeping your party members, kind of super stoked, stoking the fervor. Yeah, like keeping them kind of in a rage feature, So roll a number of D6 equal to your mark stress. If any of the die match your rally die, that's not bad, but it's a lot of dice rolling every time you use your rally die. Steve, you're doing, buddy. I thought don't get disheartened when I shoot your ideas down, Oh, correct, Copper Blint, right? But like the ideal situation, like I don't know if you've ever played World of Warcraft or like an MMO, but like warriors have this ability when they get low on their hit point total. Okay, when their hit point total gets low, they start doing like bonus damage and like, bonus abilities. Okay. When they're like in their last 20% or something of HP. So part of the mechanics of the game, or part of the skill of the game, is, can you keep your warriors in this area, healing them, not so much that you heal them to here, because they would lose that, but keeping them right in this sweet spot as they lose hit points and gain hit points, lose hit points and gain points. So this creates kind of an incentive, sort of a mini game of like, can you keep your stress high without it being too high? And, because if you fill up your stress, then you become vulnerable, and any further stress does damage to you. And so it's like, you want it to be high. And if a party can keep their stress really high, then they can keep the rally die going. So it's like, that's like the whole thing of like the mini game of like the firebrand is like, try to build up your stress, keep it there without it fucking you over. Again, maybe the whole idea is fundamentally flawed. I don't know. It would have to be play tested. But what does that have to do with the amount of stress that you have, Steve? Salamegas. After they use the rally die, they can take stress equals to the amount that they rolled on the rally die. Oh, that's very expensive, Solemn. I mean, you're talking about even taking 3 stress or 4 stress is a lot. Like, I don't think anybody would do that. Stress is too valuable for that. Yes, it does solve the one problem, which is cool, which I like about it. Hey, what's up, Adam? First stream, and Adam is a member of our Prime sub over on Twitch. Thank you, Adam. Adam, first stream tuning in. Watch your YouTube video about GMing Daggerheart vis-a-vis the new Critical Role campaign. Cool. Hopefully you don't hate me now. Well, you're here, so really loved it. All right. Your insights are fantastic. Excited to jump into DMing a Daggerheart campaign. Excellent. Awesome. Well, thank you for the sub, and thank you for, I appreciate your appreciation. What about add your stress value to the rally die roll? If you rolled under your stress value, keep it. Clear 1 stress. Now they can't go infinite. Duke, we're trying to avoid doing like halves, just because that's awkward, and then it's an extra step of math. I know it sounds stupid, but trust me, this is the way people's brains work. What if you have 5 marked, Steve? What are you going to roll then? A D5? Correct. I love Nox. The whole point of this is it encourages players to quickly max out their stress, which is good for you, because then it makes them very close to be vulnerable, and maybe makes those players even feel right. Part of the thing is too, it should change the play experience of your game. So like with a firebrand in the party, like the players feel more incentivized to use their stress, There's a lot of if statements in that, Sam. Although I will admit that isn't bad, but because it does solve some of the problems. But, its current state is fine, but it needs a payoff when they max out on stress. When vulnerable from max stress, you add the full die value to your next rally due, then discard. Dr. Waits, of course not. Like anything, it always has to be appropriate to the fiction. If a player tried to use the rally die to stealth, even forget the firebrand. This might just be the normal bard. The GM might be like, "How is that helping you?" I don't know. I don't want to fail, so I don't piss off the firebrand. I do kind of like that. That's kind of fun. I'm always rallying. I'm just going to put this for right now. Burning fervor. I don't know. Burning sensation. Wait. No, that's not it. Burning fervor. Okay. After rolling the rally die, if the value is greater than or equal to the amount burning sensation is so it. Chris, only allow reroll when mark stress isn't larger than the rally die. Oh, that's interesting. Although part of the thing is, I don't want it to just be for reroll. I like the idea of keeping, maybe actually we should call this like fan the flames or something. I like the idea of like keeping the fire going, keeping it sort of, keeping the rally die. Because again, normally you only get the rally die once a session. You only get to use it once a session. And so the idea here is that I want to encourage people to build up their stress. And that way, when they have their rally die, if an ally has 3 or fewer unmarked stress, they can mark a stress to roll the rally die without having to discard it. Copper, that solves the problem kind of nicely, doesn't it? Stoke the Flames. That's a good that's a Magic the Gathering card. I played that card. Stoke the Flames is pretty good. I kind of like that. I don't know if that's appropriate, if it should be fan or Stoke, but I like both. I'm just going to write it right now. I kind of like Copper's situation here. I don't like how like binary it is, but what's a good number? Is it 3? Although it like removes like the randomness from it, right? Like you either can use it and you will always get the reroll, or it can't, No, we want it to have, if they have three unmarked stress, 2 unmarked stress, 1 mark on stress, or 0 unmarked stress, or something like that, right? It could be 2, 1, 0. It has to be unmarked stress. It means that they need to be basically full up on their stress bar. Basically, if you can get your stress really high, then when you use the rally die, you can spend a stress and keep it. It's kind of good. What don't I like about that? What I don't like about that is, what I don't like about that is like, no, I don't want to deal with allies or anything like that. This is just tied to the individual. This is tied to the character. No, Dylan, inciting people could be hope or fear, right? Passion can be just as damaging and just as stressful as fear, right? What's stressful? Love? What's stressful? Confidence? What's stressful? Joy? That stuff could be stressful, It is not as exciting, Copper. You know? Yeah, there's something exciting about rolling the dice and you know, keeping it. Okay, I'm just gonna say that's supposed to, or Copper. You don't like the double negative? Yeah. Value is related to the amount of unmarked. The problem is, if we mark it to the amount of stress you have marked, this would advantage people who have maxed out their stress track. And that both doesn't fit fictionally and creates a potential game design problem space. Are there any situations in the game where there's like an unmarked? I mean, here you go. They actually use this logic in the game. So actually, I just found it. Which is kind of crazy, actually, that that's in the game. Here you go. So this is the Ranger ability from your pet, Bonded. When you mark your last hit point, your companion rushes to your side to comfort you. Roll a number of D6s equal to the unmarked stress slots they have, and then mark them. So you mark them all. If any roll a 6, your companion helps you. Clear your last hit point and return to the scene. So we didn't realize it, but we were actually kind of basing this off of a sort of existing mechanic, sort of, that already exists in the game. I wasn't aware of this until I just did a Google search for unmarked. Well, right, but this is using the roll a d6 system, which I liked, but some people didn't like that for some reason. So my original idea was, after rolling the rally die, roll a number of d6 equal to your unmarked stress. If you roll a 6, keep the rally die. Mark a stress. Maybe. No, I think there was something else I was saying, that too many dice, because there's a lot of things in the game that make you roll a bunch of d6s. But you're right, it could be a lot, but I don't know, maybe. I mean, this does solve that issue nicely. And I kind of agree with Vin from the wording perspective. This actually seems much more clear cut, not to mention they already used this game mechanic. It's true. This is a ton of dice. Yeah, that maybe that gets back to what we were talking about, you know. It is clean, but remember, the thing about the this is only going to happen when you die, you know. When you mark, you're only going to make this roll once. You know. But this, you could potentially be doing this on every roll. So that's I think that was probably why we said it was too many. Like, rolling this once isn't too many dice. Rolling this every time is a lot of dice. I'm sorry, unmarked stress. Yeah. No, that wouldn't work, because then the more unmarked stress you... No. This is wrong. This rewards them for having a lot of unmarked stress. We want the opposite. Yeah. Marked. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. The problem, Dylan, is that marking a lot of stress is like really expensive. Like, and I don't think people are going to do that, you know? Here's the problem. I like this. It's clean, but it also potentially could result in players rolling a lot of D6s. But maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know. I mean, by the time you're rolling a lot of D6s, I mean, you're in a bad situation anyways. You can't use any of your abilities. Everything is everything is causing you damages. You know what I mean? Like you're already in a pretty rough spot. Players do love rolling dice. No, well, Steve, I just got done playing a year's worth campaign of Year Zero Engine Forbidden Lands, and that game is D6 dice pool, and you add your stat, your skill, and any bonuses. So usually you're getting somewhere between 6 to 12 D6, and then you roll them. And if you get any sixes, it's a success, and it is very, very fast. It is so much faster than any other sort of dice pool based system where you're actually adding things. It's crazy. What about if you roll a rally die, mark a stress to keep it? The problem I have with that is that it's, I think that's maybe too simple, and it doesn't really reward you for being at high stress. What I like is the idea of you wouldn't want to use this ability, right, until you had high stress. Because if you used your suggestion, Vin, you'd be like, cool, let's keep our stress really low. That way we can pay for it without any price. So... Well, correct, Spinster. I agree. I think this is one of those things, though, that we'd have to play out and see how often it works out. I don't think ever. I mean, we're imagining a scenario where like everybody is like literally maxed out on their stress and they're using it all the time, and I just don't know that that's going to be the case for everybody. I also don't necessarily know that that's necessarily a bad thing. It might just be a fun thing to do. Also, unless people are really maxing out their stress, well, right, in this situation, Keithor, if a player hits a crit and they clear a stress, they're actually kind of like, damn, like, yeah, that's cool, I clear a stress, but man, I want to keep my stress high, After rolling the rally die, mark a stress. Okay, there we go. Got it. Can you just add in once per rest? Okay, so let's talk about that. Should this be something... My issue with the current version is, I think, what? Well, okay, let's also keep in mind something here. Right now, you get a rally die once a session. You roll it once, and it's done. So functionally, right now, 100% of the time when you roll the rally die, you lose it. Okay. But, if you are rolling, let's say you have one stress marked, well, then you get to keep the rally die 16% of the time. Yeah, you get one, save it up, maybe use it when you have 2 to 3 stress. You don't roll a 6, well, mechanic over. Yes, but that's also like how all those mechanics work. I mean, the one subclass's feature is that your rally die becomes a D10. I mean, look at this one here. When you give the rally die to an ally, they can gain a hope or clear a stress. I mean, you only get to give them the rally die once a session. Also, you rally the whole party at a time. So it's already kind of a one and done. And I don't think you would spend it unless you had high stress. Like if somebody needs to spend the rally die early, I think it's fine. But I'm just saying there's already a lot of abilities that tie into the rally die, and like the Maestro ability, it only works when you give the rally die, and it only works once a session. You can only give a rally die out once a session. So this works once and then it's over. Basically, it'd say, hey, everybody, here's your rally die. Also, everybody gain a hope or clear stress. And moving on. Now, my Maestro ability is completely done. I mean, Keithor, if people are doing something like that, now, that's pretty cool. Because what I wanted to do here is for the mastery feature, right? Well, Laughing Outlaw's here, which means Bob just killed him. Dragon Bane. Wait. Killed you, or you had to roll in the D66 and you're fine. Or like, did you actually die? Because Actually, I don't know what rule. I don't actually know if you're using that optional rule. So actually, I stand back. I take that back. Dead. Okay, cave in, flatten me. Well, that's true. All right. Well, that'll do. That'll do, pig. I love the blame. Technically, he and Ryan were killed by the actions of another party member. Nice. What is with this freaking header? I don't really ever use Google Docs. That's why I hate Google Docs, by the way. I know people like Google. I hate Google Docs. Am I the only person? I hate Google Docs. Like, why is the header 18 inches long? Okay. So let's just keep that there for now, and then we'll figure that out. But, so it says after rolling the rally die, you also hate Google Docs. So I know that that's what they say here, but actually, I kind of, now that I think about it, I want you to mark the stress afterwards because, then you would get to roll with more D6s. All right. My goal for the mastery feature is to provide attention to the specialization feature. My goal with the mastery feature is, and this would probably be like once per rest, okay? Basically, allow party member to cash in stress to do something big, awesome, / cool. So this is where you can buy off the stress. Now this is intention to stoking the flames, but my idea is you keep them stoked up. The rally builds, the rally builds, the rally builds, and then maybe they lose the rally, and now you've left them with all this stress. But now there's no reason for them to keep the stress because I can never give them the rally die again this session. So the catharsis is, and here's a way to heal all that stress that I've been encouraging you to heal with some big, awesome, ultimate thing. Now, how or what that does or how that works, I don't know. It could be damage. It could add to proficiency. It could, you could spend stress instead of hope for something you could do extra hit point. I don't know, something powerful. It is mastery. And I want there to be this sort of cool payoff for having your character maxed out on stress. This is not tied to the rally die. Not tied to the rally die at all. That's why this one's once per rest. I'm saying, yes, converting stress into damage is the easiest, but it is a bit meh. But there are people in chat who like big numbers go burr, so I don't know. Maybe they can help tell me what would feel good, right, to them. So, like, if if this was your, I'm looking for like a warrior. Here we go. It's a wizard. Okay. So this is your warrior. Now, I know that people's initial, I know that your initial concept here is like to add, to damage to the rolls. But remember, guys, in this game, you max out at 3. Like once you're at 3 damage, you're at 3 damage, So like doing more damage past a certain point doesn't really matter. So imagine this is your warrior sheet, okay? And you've been using thank you for making that gray. That's cool. Okay. So like imagine you've marked, you've got 5 stress boxes marked, okay? What you're going to be spending this stress to not only heal it, but to do something. Right? Does that make sense? What we do, I don't know. But I know damage is easy. Roll stress damage, whatever. But like the problem there is damage increased by threshold. But like damage is damage at past a stamina point. Wildfire. Put your stress onto enemies. Is that something that everybody can do? Because I like the problem is like, how do you spend hope? Because I do like the idea. Yeah, that could be a crazy amount of stress. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, transferring stress I think is probably too good. Now, combining Steve's idea with Vin's idea, I don't mind. I didn't click on Vin's idea, right? Which is this idea of this thing called wildfire. I love the idea. Remember, like I said, there's a gaslighting element here, which I like the idea of. The idea is that the firebrand has kind of been using you, and he's built up your fervor and your excitement. And then ultimately, I kind of want the bard to be able to sort of use it by like taking that stress from everybody and sort of, absorbing it and using it, if that makes sense. So like if you had a party with like 5, I don't know, like one person has 4 stress. One of your PC friends has 4 stress. Another PC has 5 stress. Another point has 3 stress. And, your other ally has 2 stress. That you could sort of absorb that all somehow. Or maybe you absorb a certain amount. Maybe like Vin said, maybe it's limited. Like maybe you can absorb up to, 2 or 3 stress or something like that from every ally. No. This is going to be a double feature. I don't know that it's going to be a stress into stress, although I do kind of like that. The problem with that is it gets a little fiddly. That might be too fiddly. That's the only problem I have with it. Honestly, Avacyn's the only problem I have with it is it's a little fiddly. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the idea of a big cathartic moment, right? I don't know necessarily. I mean, you're already clearing their stress, so that's kind of already kind of a nice, benefit. I don't know. I'd love to hear. Like basing off of Vin's thing, like we could do this, right? It could say remove No, I think that's too fiddly, Sam. I don't want to do that. For balance concerns, tier 4 creatures typically have about 8-ish stress. Okay. What if, and I'm just thinking about this from like a spitball perspective, because this is going to be a little bit more of a complex class, and I don't mind it. And I don't know how I would phrase this, and maybe this is simple to me, but maybe it's not simple to you all. I like the idea that we can remove one stress, but I don't want to say remove stress. Okay, let me talk rather than write. Let me put it. Okay, Okay, I want to put up a situation. This is how much stress they have marked. Okay, PCA has 7 stress marked. PCB has 4 stress marked. PCC has 5 stress marked. And PCD, and by the way, the bard's over here. Bard doesn't matter for this purpose. This is your allies. PCB has 1 stress marked. I want the limit of the amount of stress that you can clear from your party to be equal to the lowest amount of stress that you could clear. Right? Does this make sense? So in this scenario, I could take 1 off of all of my allies. And that would let me distribute or wildfire or blast AoE a single point of stress. And the reason I do it this way is so it scales with the number of PCs in your party. Right? Whereas if PCD had 4 points of stress, we could subtract 4 stress from everybody in the party. And then that would give us a 4 stress bomb that we could rip through the ranks of the enemies. Does that make sense? So it kind of requires your team to work together in a certain way. And that way, like, basically, again, leaning into this idea of it's the crowd, it's the rabble, you know, you have to get everybody on board, right? And if one person is cool, calm, and collected, it's just not going to work, you know? Something like that, Vin, or something like what Copper Blint said. And I just think, like, I'm, by the way, there's a lot of moving pieces to this. So the floor is low, but the ceiling is high. And I think it's really cool. And by the way, this also puts the bard back in the driver's seat, which I really, really like. So, well, Spinster, it does a couple of things. One, if the creatures require stress in order to use their special abilities. So if you damage their stress, you're damaging essentially their mana bar. Okay. 2, if you max out their stress, they become vulnerable and everybody has advantage to hit them. And any further stress they do does hit point damage to them. Okay. And 3, obviously, like you said, if they're maxed out in stress, it rolls over to hit points. By the way, okay, we talked about the magical element, but remember, if you go back to our Firebrand perspective, okay, we may have been using our inflammatory rhetoric and our other abilities to already make the enemies have a bunch of stress. So if we do this when the stress is maxed out, we, getting more into the magical end, we could quite literally like insult them so bad that they're like, like the flame within them bursts open and they actually literally die from our insult. Like, just saying, which is kind of cool. Yeah. So I don't know how we word it. Well, Spinster, so we would want to avoid that situation, but in that situation, don't use the ability. Because like I said, I did say when I was writing this needs to be like once per rest or once per long rest, something. Right? I don't know if it's once per rest or if it's once per long rest or if it's, something like that. But it needs to be probably once per long rest would be my guess. Now, the question is, so assuming we use this mechanic and we come up with a cool way to describe it, okay? Blowing off steam. So he says, clear X stress from each ally within far range, where X is the lowest amount of stress among them. Cool. You then can force an enemy within far range to mark an equal amount of stress. Do we all like that ability? Because to me, that sounds cool. Should it be more than one enemy? If so, what's the limit? Steve thinks it's OP. I think it's kind of cool. I point you to the druid. How could you destroy the big bad in one move? Am I missing something? All right, by the way, remember, we're tier 4 in this situation because, we've been playing the game for a while. Okay, here we go. A tier 4 bruiser has, 11 hit points, 10 stress. I really like it, but in my opinion, it's better if it has to be spread out and can focus if there's only one. Something like spread that amount. Yeah, that's that. The problem with spreading that out is that gets a little fiddly, and I don't know how you can do that in a way that is like enforceable and not a pain in the ass, Yeah, I mean, Battle Monster. I saw. Copper Blint says compare that to Battle Monster. When you make a successful attack against the adversary, mark 4 stress. By the way, great for our bard. To force the target to mark a number of hit points equal to the number of hit points you currently have marked. Well, a character could have up to 12 hit points or 13 hit points. So if they have 10 or 11 or 12 hit points marked, when they use this ability, they will do 12 points of damage. So, yeah, just saying that would kill pretty much any solo in the game in one hit. That's in the book. So, yeah, I mean, stuff is pretty high, pretty powerful in this game, for sure. This is true. It does come online at 8, but also remember, for this to work, every single member of your party has to be at very high stress values. No, Dr. Waits, once it maxes out their stress, it then rolls over into hit points. That's the way stress marking works. The other thing to remember is what I am describing in this ability, and this is not for everybody, okay? In fact, this is the type of thing that, let's just kind of go into some game design theory here, okay? So this is the power rating of an ability, okay? From 0 to 10. What a game like Pathfinder 2 tries to do is create powers that at their most powerful are maybe a 6. And at their least powerful are like a 4. So the potential range between the floor and the ceiling is only 2 points. If you do everything right and set it up and it's really awesome and it's cool, it's a 6. If you kind of just use the ability in the worst possible scenario, it's like a 4. This ability is like a 9, or actually it could literally be a 0. It could literally not work. If everybody in your party is 0 stress, this ability literally does nothing. Hell, you could have a party where you have one person at 10 stress, one person at 9 stress, one person at 11 stress, and another person at 0 stress, and this does nothing. So this is asking a lot of you to get to what is considered to be a more powerful effect. Using the full range. Now, Vin is suggesting that the blue bar is more fun than the pink bar. And I tend to agree because, yeah, fuck yeah. And you know what? If you suck, yeah. And DM Kizzle, this is how you get crazy shit where, like, the bard uses their troublemaker ability on another PC, Spinster, that's true. But also, it's the big thing that you did, Oh, Black Retro saying it can't even kill you. Is that right? It's only 1? Well, that's even better. If you're ever forced to mark 1 or more stress, then you can only mark 1 hit point. Oh, well then I am, that's fantastic. So now we can't even kill him. There we go. At worst, they're going to take a hit point. At worst, they're going to take, yes, you will burn through their mana bar, you will burn through their stress bar, and you will have them mark a hit point. Also, by the way, the craziest abilities use fear. The most powerful abilities use fear, not stress. Yeah. So there we go. We don't even have to worry about literally killing the opponent right off the bat. I mean, unless they're at one point. And it makes them vulnerable. Let's go. And as well it should, right? You take that collective angst from your party, and in one cathartic moment, boom. Yeah. Now, the question then, aside from those broke-ass abilities that affect hit points directly. Yeah, all right, sure. Now, the question then becomes range and targets. And should it just be one? You know, it is. I mean, we are healing the entire party of all their stress too, so there is something to be said about that. I kind of, but I do like close range, far. Okay. This is our once. Just spend X on anyone, your choice. Like you could divide it up. I think far and proficiency is number of targets. Now that's not bad. The base proficiency is 4. You can increase it to 6. That's not bad. I like this idea too. Allies within close, enemy within far, potentially. Although it is high level, and I think we should just be sort of maybe having a little bit more fun with the range as both. So we have a couple of options here. One is, you know, distribute. By the way, first things first. Do we all agree that, yeah, X against X? Yeah. What's the, we got the Magic the Gathering language. Hold on a sec. Yes. So the language would be, this spell deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of targets. So well, this automatically limits the number of targets that you can have, right? Because you know, if we drain, say, 6 stress from our allies. By the way, if every single person in your party has at least 6 stress, you've done it, you know? So then you get 6 stress, and you could do up to 6 targets. Everybody loses 1 stress. Yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah. Stress divided as you choose among any number of enemies within far. Yeah. So we could say something like this. Each ally within far range removes stress equal to the lowest amount of marked stress among those allies. Well, I think X is this. Oh, change. Yeah. Clear. So each ally within far range clears stress equal to the lowest amount of mark stress amongst those allies. Got it. Yeah, change it. It's clear. Yeah. Then whoa. Wait. No, this is removing the stress, Vin. This is giving them back all their stress bar. This is absorbing the stress from your allies, clearing it, freeing them up to use all their sick combos builds, and then stress bombing it onto a target or two. So if anything, this actually, yeah, to use their, when you say spend stress, what do you mean? You gain stress, Vin. You mark stress when you gain it. Yeah, you don't spend it, you gain it. So when something costs 2 stress, you're marking 2 stress. You're gaining it up. Yeah, no, you don't clear to do anything. This is the first class feature that we've ever seen. There is one rogue feature that sort of applies when the shadow rogue is vulnerable, which happens if you have max stress. They I don't remember what they do. They do extra damage or something. They gain a damage bonus equal to their level, I think. But, you know, that's an interesting tension to be had there anyways. So what this does, if done well, is this will give your allies basically all their MP back, right? If we're using Fabula Ultima terms, right? It will give them all their mind points back, or at least a good chunk of it. It will then also do a massive spirit bomb onto an enemy or two. And by the way, but if I look in the adversaries, like I think there's a lot of situations here where you know, yeah, I don't know. I see it's pretty cool. Now, should this be once? I think this should be once per long rest. Do we agree? Well, Copper Blint, I'm not here to make boring shit. Now, potentially, could this be broken? Yes, but the druid exists. So, you know, what do you want to do? Where are we saying it's definitely broken? Oh, you're saying it should definitely be once per long rest. Yeah, I think once per long rest is fine. Also, again, I reiterate, there's literally a warrior ability, which I know is level 10. But you know what? I don't want you. I don't think this is broken. I really don't. I don't. Again, I reiterate, you know. Also, I'd like to point something out. I have seen people on Reddit who have made character builds that have like 28 evasions. So I don't remember what the highest attack bonus is in the game, but I think it's like plus 8 or 9. So, you know, this is not a game that is trying to worry about like, oh, my players killed all the monsters. Yeah, of course they did, right? I mean, this is a game that you can't, if you die, you could just choose to avoid death. So while I don't think I think there still can be broken and problematic abilities, you know, it's not a war game. Exactly. And it's not a miniature skirmish game, you know. Now, Steve is saying, don't make it an auto hit. No, I'm not letting you do your once cool per day thing and having it miss. No, I also, I don't want more rolls. Just let it work. I think that's cool. Does anybody think it should involve a spellcasting roll? Well, I want it to be once a rest, Steve, not because it's OP from the damage. I want it to be once per rest because it's OP from draining all the spell stuff. Yeah, no roll once per long rest. Auto hit once per long rest. Yeah, it absolutely needs to auto hit. Yeah. So. The crowd has spoken. Okay, so now how do we... So we got, let's see, we got each ally within, now and then choose X stress damage divided as you choose among any number of targets within far range. So is this work? Each ally within far range clears an amount of stress equal to the lowest mark strikes among them. Then choose. Oh, no, that's not right. Then we need some way to make it correct. If you make it once per long rest, you need to, because otherwise it's too easy to clear stress. Oh, you're suggesting making it once per session? Well, let's see what the poll says here. By the way, I wonder how many people we have. Hey, we got 100 people on a Sunday. Nice. Or on a Monday if you're in Australia. All right. Okay. All right, poll. How often should the frequency be? Well, Copper, the answer is once per session is always going to be once per session. Once per long rest is probably going to be 1 to 2 times a session. The problem with once per session is that once per session has no tie to the game downtime session. Once per session could be one fight. And then you're doing it, and let's say the next scene you have one, the next game you have one fight. Once per long rest ties it into the function of the downtime actions and the fact, remember, when you take a long rest, the GM gets D4 plus the tier fear. They get to advance a countdown clock. They get to advance a front. So by tying it to the long rest, you're more tying it to the sort of simulationist elements of the game, right? So if you do it once per session, it comes down to how often does your group, rest? You don't, Avison, is the answer. You don't. Once per session is a very metagamey concept. Yeah, this is very Magic the Gathering appreciated. But I read it very well coded because obviously I love Magic the Gathering. Each ally within far range clears X stress, where X is the lowest amount of stress currently marked. Then mark X stress divided among any number of enemies. I think the term is targets within far range. It's true. It does tie it more to the rally die, which is once a session. If we make it once per long rest, then while I like this as is, I think the reduction in fun elsewhere in the system by removing stresses and obstacles means that this ability would actually be better if weaker. Well, it all depends, right? If you let's imagine a group that does only 1 or 2 scenes a session, then you're going to be able to use this ability once or 2 scenes. Let's say every scene's a combat. Let's just make it really easy. then you might go multiple sessions and have multiple uses really much. But another group might not do a long rest maybe they don't do a long rest at all this session. Maybe they don't do a long rest for 2 sessions in a row. Right? So there could be a group where you don't get to do this for 3 sessions if you use it, because a long rest is tied to the group basically, sitting down for 6 or more hours, setting up a little camp, healing, tending to their arm, doing all the stuff that you do in a long rest. Correct. It is the stress value that is dealt is equal to the damage or the stress value of the lowest party member. It is not the combined total. The problem is nothing else in the game has used this X mechanic, but, to be fair, this is third-party stuff. Who cares? As long as it makes sense and people understand what it's doing, Oh, you wanted combined total? No fucking way. That would be 24 stress. Holy shit. No way. Vin, come on. Oh, you guys all thought it was combined? No. 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 No, no. No, no way combined. No way combined. Yeah, no way it should be combined. That's way I thought being able to deal 6 was a lot. Or 7, that's a lot. If you remember, that'd be like 28, that'd be crazy. Well, wait. Yes, X is the lowest amount of stress that was cleared. Yeah, but Vin, that is way too high. That is way too high. Even for me, that's way too high. Yeah. That's crazy. That's wild. All right. Well, with that in mind, I think once per long rest is fine. So we do need a name for this. Well, wait, but 4 stress will barely phase a tier 4. Okay, well, a couple of things. Remember, Vin, at that point in the game, your party members may have, 8 or 9 stress. Okay. Wait a second. What if we back off? What if it does X? What if it does the lowest amount of stress? Okay. So what if it did this? What if it did this? My phone, my pad died. Okay. What if this? Yeah, you're also clearing the stress. I cannot stress this enough, but okay. Sorry, my phone died. What if it was like this? You have an ally with 5 stress, an ally with 6 stress, an ally with 4 stress, and an ally with 7 stress. So the amount of stress that is cleared by targeting 4 allies is going to be 4. That's where they're left. So it is 4 stress damage. And what if the number of targets is equal to the number of allies? So the more allies that you drain, the more damage, the more targets you could do. You can't just do 24. And this way, it's not about dividing it. We just do 4 stress damage to 4 targets. That way, we don't have to worry about pixel bitching and putting like 2 there, 1 there, 3 there, 4 there, 7 there. And since when you have more PCs, you get more battle points, right? There should be more targets. So then as the PCs expand, but it also means that if for some odd reason you blow your load and you only get 2 of your allies in range, then you're still going to clear 4 stress, but you're only going to be able to do it to 2 targets. No, I think it's got to drain it. It's got to remove it. So, put another way, this would do 4 stress damage to 4 targets. If instead it looked like this, it would be 2 stress damage to 4 targets. So you can't like min-max it too much, but obviously if you could set up a situation with this, But so now we've added an additional level of complication, like DM Kizzle was saying, which is now we got to make sure that everybody's within position to sort of use it. Or maybe get out of position. Right? Because it's not targets, it's allies. So you drain it from them, no matter what you do. No, I'm saying all allies, Dylan, not target allies. All allies. I don't know exactly what the range is. Each ally. Yeah, so it should say all ally. I use the term. We got to get the language right. But the premise here is that you do not get to choose. So, and maybe then we do make it all allies and close. So there's kind of an idea. Remember, the close is about 30 foot away, give or take. But I would still make the range for the enemies be far. No, because I like the idea that there's like a little bit of I don't want to. The whole idea is that when you blow this ability, you're absorbing it all, and you're losing some of that. I like all allies more. So something along this line. Blow off steam is cute, but I don't know. All right, this is simple and clean, and I think this is important. Think about how disposable enemies are. Who cares if they all get to half their max stress? I don't know. I think I do. I mean, because it's also clearing the stress. So this is really, you're getting your cake and eating it too. Also, I cannot stress this enough. If we look at the Daggerheart creatures, for someone reason they hate to have that open, it like auto closes every single time. I mean, a fallen sorcerer is a tier 4 support creature. It has 5 stress. This also does kill any minions. This is actually true. And I'm totally fine with that. I mean, the tier 4 ranged Hallowed Archer. I mean, this is a tier 4 ranged creature. It has 3 hit points and 2 stress. So that's pretty good. And look what its Divine Volley can do, by the way. Mark a stress to make a standard attack against 3 targets. I don't know. I think doing 5 stress to this guy or whatever would be pretty good. This is not a minion, by the way. This is a archer. This is a ranged creature. This guy, the minion, with his 2 stress and 1 hit point, he's going out. Yeah, so, I mean, hell, here's a tier 4 leader. Stress 5. He would lose his God Raise ability and become vulnerable, but we can't one-shot a boss. I think that's fine. All right. All right, you're sold because of minions? Okay. I respect that it does kill minions. I think that's really cool. Stir the pot. This is your master ability. You guys have terrible names. Yeah, no, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing that it won't. If anything, this is highlighting the system's balance is kind of all over the place. And it is. I mean, this is a tier 4 creature. I mean, here's a bruiser, right? These are like the elites. Outer Realms Abomination, stress 5. Raging Inferno. Cathartic Cataclysm sounds over the top, but it is pretty good. Well, we already had what we don't, the names could be anything, right? We did call this Stoke the Flames, Fan the Flames, or something like that. Aggravate the Masses. Let's see here. I don't know. Viva la Revolution. I don't know how to do this. So by the way, this was our massive advice thing. Once per long rest, allow party members to cash in stress to do something big, awesome, cool. I think this qualifies. And in fact, what I like better is it puts it into the bard's ability, right? It's something that the bard can do. You know, it's not actually letting the PCs do something cool. It's letting the bard do something cool. All right. So we're going to say once per long rest. Did we ever come up with good things? Clear. Clear and no wonder Magic uses X. It's so good. Once per long rest, clear all allies. I don't know. Whatever. Clear from. I guess I could use ChatGPT. All right, let me try ChatGPT. Phrase this. Oh, sorry, I got loaded. Phrase this better. Once per long rest. What is calculate? Remove from clear stress from all allies within close range where stress is equal to the lowest amount of marked stress among those allies. Then deal an equal amount of stress damage to a number of targets equal to the number of allies. All right, here's what we have. Do we like this? All right, once per long rest, you may clear stress from all allies within close range, equal to the lowest amount of marked stress among them. Then deal that same amount of stress damage. That we have to change that because it's not actually called stress damage. Divided as you choose. Nope, it's not divided as you choose. Among a number of targets equal to the number of affected allies, all within far range. All right. It's not quite exactly what we're looking for here, but so let me see. Hold a sec. It's mark stress, not stress damage, and it's not divided as you choose. The amount of stress to mark on adversaries. Cleared from allies. All right. All right, how about this? There we go. Boom, even shorter. Once per long rest, each ally within close range clears stress equal to the lowest amount of marked stress among them. Then, a number of targets within far range equal to the number of those allies each mark that same amount of stress. It's still a little wordy. Question. Should we change this to adversaries or enemies? Because otherwise you could actually remark your allies with stress. If people who want to have their stress for whatever reason marked out, you could suck it from them and then give it back to them. So like this is to prevent some min-max bullshit. Okay, they do use adversaries and targets. Okay. What does OPLS mean? Cathartic combustion? Cathartic cataclysm? Oh, once per long rest. Okay. Once per long rest, clear the lowest amount of mark stress from allies in close range. Then target adversaries in far range equal to the allies whose stress was cleared. Mark stress. We could always wordsmith this easier. Flames of Udun. Cathartic eruption. Deliver freedom. Cataclysmic catharsis. That's pretty cool. I actually like cataclysmic catharsis a lot better. Heated exchange is nice, but cataclysmic catharsis I think sounds cooler. That is sounded kind of cool. Heated exchange is nice. All right, we'll just put this in here for right now. So we need a name for this. Oh, we also still call this sick burn and inflammatory rhetoric. Oh, last question. Do we need anything else for this class? Heated exchange is cool. The problem I have with heated exchange is, you know what? Actually, sick burn should probably be called heated exchange, right? Maybe, or something. I don't know. Because heated exchange just doesn't sound epic enough for me. Like, that's just my problem with it. It's just a language thing. Heated exchange is cool, but it just doesn't have like the punch, you know? But, you know, I'm going to put tentatively. I'm going to put tentatively here. Cataclysmic catharsis. Yeah. I do like absolutely, Solemn Magus. We could totally use that, right? This could be a social conflict's nuclear bomb. Right. Figuratively, fictionally, DM Kizzle is right. Remember, when a character becomes vulnerable, it's like they lost the social conflict. And so what we could represent this with is like you taking the players getting all hyped up and transferring that like anger and mistrust to the enemies.
Avids are really helping me get a sense of DH, and an actual play would be really cool. Gonna have to watch the VOD as I was watching your video on hard moves. Hopefully they let fans make the Foundry mod public. What a failure on their part.
Edward, thank you so much. And again, I really appreciate you coming out and supporting this channel and supporting us with your tips. So that is really, really awesome for you. I also completely agree pretty much with everything you said. An actual play would be really cool. And you were watching my video on hard moves, which is another good video. You should definitely watch it. But yeah, the Foundry mod needs to be made public. I mean, look, I love what Forbidden Lands Free League does with theirs. They have premium modules. They pay for it. You pay $16 for it. It's awesome, and I love it. But the fact of the matter is a dedicated group of community people are going to be able to respond better and faster. And, you know, look at what PF2 has. It's really great. Now, I love premium modules. I'm willing to pay for it. But, yeah, I just feel like they kind of dropped the ball on this by being, maybe they didn't have a choice. They were too in bed with Roll20. And I absolutely hate Demiplane, unfortunately. So I've kind of like refused to use Demiplane as like a matter of general principle. And so that kind of prices me out of using Roll20 and Demiplane. Forbidden Lands module is excellent. So they all are, Edward. The Dragonbane modules are excellent. The Forbidden Lands modules are excellent. The Alien, like all the Free League modules are excellent. And Free League is, sure, it's bigger than Darrington Press, but you know, Free League is excited that they're, you know, getting a couple $100,000 on their Kickstarter. You know what I mean? So they're a smaller company for sure. Survey, yeah, well, that's a new piece of words. Once per long rest, survey all allies within close to determine who has the lowest amount of stress. Clear that amount of stress from each of those allies. Each of these allies. For each ally affected, mark an adversary within far range with the amount of stress that was removed. That's probably okay too. Well, there might be an official way to describe this. We just don't know. Does it need to be lowest if it's equal? What does that mean, Keithor? I don't know what that means. You like Steve's first half and your second half. All right, Steve said he's got it down. Okay, what did Steve say? I missed your first message, Steve. All right. Okay, once per long rest, all allies within far range. Oh, we're back to far range? I thought we were going to be a close range, but whatever. Once per long rest, all allies within far range clear an amount of stress equal to the lowest amount of marked stress among them. Okay, I like that. Let me write that down. All right, so once per long rest, all allies within, I think we were saying close range, clear an amount of stress equal to the lowest amount of marked stress among them. Okay. And then Steve's second part was you can force up to a number of adversaries equal to the number of allies who cleared stress to mark the same amount of stress. That's a little bit more accurate. I like this one a little bit better. For each ally, I guess affected. I don't know if we use that words here. No, that's got problems too. I like this first part a lot, but Vin, the mark an adversary within far range for amount of stress is not quite the right language there. You can't clear stress you don't have. Correct. Mark a stress is what the game says. In fact, we can look at the Grace domain. Troublemaker ability. Once per rest on a success, roll a number of D4s equal to your proficiency. The target must mark stress equal to the highest result rolled. So it's the target must mark stress. That's what the language is. So that's how you get that force aspect in there. Gross. All right. Well, we have our ability. You know, we can workshop names and stuff like that. Does this class need anything else? Does this subclass need anything else? Do we feel like it doesn't have enough, or is there enough going on? Because, for example, the core bard, you know, we had 2 ability, like, so this bard only has 4 features. Someone says the bard starts with 1 more stress. I'm just saying, so the wordsmith gets 2 abilities in their foundation, 1 ability at specialization, 1 ability at mastery. So, you know, that's on par with that one, basically, because ours gets 2 abilities at foundation, and then 1 ability at specialization and 1 ability at mastery. Additionally, you know, 1 of their abilities deals with the rally die. One of the troubadour's abilities deals with the rally die. 1 of the wordsmith's abilities deals with the rally die. 1 of our abilities deals with the rally die. That's our fan the flames or stoke the flames. Interesting. What if the reroll mechanic was only to the rally die? That's interesting. The problem is you only get, you know, up until level 5, you only get 1 rally die per session. So you're literally only having a 1 in 6 chance or a 1 in 8 chance of this ever coming up, you know? Oh, I see. You're saying and duality. So, okay. Okay, so how about this? Whenever an ally within far range rolls a 1 on the hope, fear, or rally. Oh, yeah, we could also do that. When is it hitting? I don't know. I still have to figure out some elements of how we're going to work with art, with having no art budget, and if it will make any sense and how it fits into like the current spectrum. I'm just, you know, they have a homebrew document, and I don't want to, like, it's kind of tough because I like kind of don't want to release something until the homebrew document comes out, but I have no idea when the homebrew document is going to come out. So it's tough to try to balance things, you know? I say, you're saying the duality gets foundation and also the rally die. The problem with that, I love Nox, is I like that, but we're already doing something with the rally die. You like this better? I like that better too. Or do I? No, I don't think. Or do you? We're already doing something here at specialization, so I don't know, maybe. Yeah. No, this is Avison, this is anybody can do this. This is if you have a rally die. And the bard can give a rally die to themselves, but the bard can also give a rally die to all of their allies. I don't know. Timeless manifesto. So let's see. Let's see if. What's some idea of a name? So we. Yeah, I don't know. Unquenched resolve. Burning fervor. If they multi-class at tier 3, they can upgrade a subclass at tier 4. That is correct, Dylan. You could end the game. You get a foundation, and then at tier 3, if you multi-class, you get a second foundation, and then at tier 4, you can upgrade one of your two, either your multi-class or your core class, to specialization. Right. As long as you didn't upgrade in tier 3, right? Because you also have to, you mark out the multi-class and you upgrade one of the things, right? Yes. If you multi-class at all, you never hit mastery. Right. That is correct, Keithor. Something about, keeping the pressure on, something about, keeping the fire burning or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. I got to think about it. This is something that I could just go over for two people actually said pressure cooker. That's pretty good. I'd have to think about that. Like even this name, I mean, I like the idea of it being like really, over the top here. Yeah, I think this could work. I mean, this is a class or a subclass that might just be because of Pathfinder 2 Jedi Protector. I don't know if you played Pathfinder 2 or Galarian, but like Firebrand is like a organization in Galarian that I think is like kind of associated with like pirate themed stuff, or maybe it's like associated with a pirate themed adventure path. Obviously there's easier bard classes, right? Like if you choose Troubadour, you can heal everybody. All right, there you go. There you go. So that's probably why you're thinking piracy or drunks. But like, if you just choose Troubadour, like, look, like you're going to heal a hit point. You can make a target vulnerable. You can give everybody a hope. When you give them a rally die, you give them a hope. And you can use all these things twice. So you can give them all more hopes, right? It's very basic, simple. Here's a couple hope. Here's a couple hit points per day. And that's it. End of story. And this obviously could be better or worse depending on how your group plays. But if you play in a particular way, the ideal play style for this, by the way, would be that you and your allies would be marking stress to you and your allies would be marking stress in order to reroll their ones. They'd be building up stress. Then, once they have a bunch of stress, they will keep their stress high, allowing them to use the rally die numerous times. Then, at high level, it will end with a cataclysmic catharsis, where the bard will both clear your stress at a very appropriate tactical moment and deal a bunch of stress to a bunch of targets. So the play pattern here is, that we try to maximize the benefit of this, because if you max out your stress and then immediately use your cataclysmic catharsis, you haven't gotten the maximum benefit out of the specialization feature. So you kind of want to, milk that cow for as long as you can before you cash in on the cataclysmic catharsis at the right time in the right scene. Also, when the players go to something like a short rest, they may not want to clear their stress because that will diminish the potency of the specialization feature. So there's kind of like a cool tension that's going to occur throughout there. Firebrands are mostly related to freedom fighting. I mean, there's an idea there, but it really just means sort of like that someone that's like a rabble rouser, somebody that, gets everybody all hyped up or beat up, I like the idea that the features become more extreme through verbiage, So yeah, there we go. That's one subclass. But again, and we're still technically need a name. And of course we need art. What else do we need for a subclass? What do we actually need for a subclass? I don't think we need anything other than that. No, that's it. All right. Well, just so we can say it's complete, let's come up with a name for specialization features. Let's figure out a name. It may not be our final name. It may not be the perfect name, but let's just make sure we end with a name. Something. Now I'm kind of liking Stoke the Flames back for this, but I also like it for this. Maybe I just like Stoke the Flames because the idea here is that I like the idea that the theme here is that if you're really, really hyped up, that you can keep Burning Resolve is not bad either. I don't mind it. All right. I'm still not 100% sold on it. Acid reflux, but I think we have completed a functional subclass. Now, again, it took us, like 4 hours, or something like that. Sorry, or 3 hours. But and look, it fits on one page. We have to technically clear this language here, but so yeah, there we go. The Firebrand. Would you agree that this is accurate here? Play the Firebrand if you want to use bold words and burning conviction to shake your enemies and rally your allies. So I think that sounds right. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Shake your allies and your enemies. Yeah, I do like the idea of like, right? Because like, I don't know. Could do a light the flames into fan the flames. Yeah, there's something about that, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to do some work. Right. This is me turning stress into a meta currency. Like I said, in the core game, there are only 4 meta currencies, basically. Hit points and stress are, things that you lose. And this is the idea of turning stress from a, meta currency that you lose to one that you gain, right? That you want to have so that it becomes more powerful. So it kind of flips it on there. I have not used the card creator at all, so I have no idea what. I haven't even gone to the website. So this would be my first time actually going there. Start here by violating the brown. Okay. 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 Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. Okay. Got it. Cool. Okay. So we would pick a subclass. We would pick the wordsmith. Oh, I gotta edit this. What did we call it? Heated exchange. Can I just copy this? Will it let me do it? Probably not. Maybe. Actually, I kind of like that better as close. We'll keep it close. That's one of those things that probably needs to be play tested. Oop. There we go. There's our foundation ability for the firebrand. Light the spark, stoke the flames, burn the world. That's pretty good too. I do like the idea that it should be, you know, so, oh, look, you can do bleeds and everything. Wow. Oh, wow. You can do 300 DPI. That's pretty sweet. Right. I like the idea of it escalating. I do actually like that. It's a very clever little bit of design there for sure. Please step on me, Daddy. That's what that's what the name of the stat is. Sizzling rebound. Okay, yeah, the creator's actually easier to use than I thought it would be. That's pretty sweet. It's got the little thing here. That's cool. I know that I've seen some stuff. I mean, obviously, I'm not like one to point fingers at anything, but like I've seen some pretty crazy, stuff. For terms of like, what people have created, like I'm like, oh, wow, that is completely busted. Like I saw something that was like spend a hope to make an opponent mark like 3 stress or something like that. I don't remember what it was, If you click on the spell casting trait, it's easy to swap. Oh, cool. Yeah. Cool. Oh, cool. Oh. So we can't, we could do custom. Cool. It just stores to your browser cache when you go back to the site. They're taking feedback on features. Okay, good to know. Passive-aggressive attitude and emotional manipulation to inflame the passions of allies and adversaries. Yeah, there you go. That's what we're doing here. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I think people are gonna have a lot of fun with it. Again, I really do wish that there was a really cool, awesome VTT that like really leaned into like the cards and really was like a really fun experience. Like imagine like a VTT where like you had your loadout and it, and it wasn't just going through demiplane and like, maybe demiplane works like that. You guys could tell me, does the character creator work like that in demiplane? I've seen the TTS version. I showed it on the one thing. That's kind of what I was imagining, but not with TTS because TTS is cool, but it does have a lot of problems. You know what I mean? In terms of like its ability to, function and run and how can I can't change this? That's just a subclass. Oh, cool. You can change the colors. Cool. No, it basically just opens the tab with the standard demi-plane character sheet. Yeah. All right, well, it's AI. How do you? It's AI stuff that people hate, but there we go. There's our firebrand. Firebrand dwarf. They did say this, but a question of when and how and where and when and why, you know, they think that's the question, you know. Artist name. AI. No, it's just like I feel like the tactile physical element of this game is so important and so cool. Like I'd love to see it like be part more of the game, you know? Yeah, I guess it's kind of got scald energy, I suppose, but you know, it looks like, you know, he's giving a passionate plea, you know? Oh, does it? There's our troubadour. What's the other one called? Wordsmith. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. Fair enough. Cool. Well, there we go. Well, the firebrand's different. He's on fire. So there we go. Cool stuff. Well, we did one subclass, and we were like, well, there's maybe 5. What? So we'll end this way. Now that we did it. We did one thing. But hey, you know, like you spent a couple days. Well, that's a great question. So we did fire for bard. Okay. And like I said, like the whole idea here is like to not just use the obvious one, right? Like, oh, fire means warrior, right? You know, no, like try to use something different. So 43%. There we go. So we did fire. We did fire for bard. So we have the wizard. We have the rogue, the rouge. We have the seraph. And we have the ranger. Now, remember, I chose these because there's potentially an element of elementalism. And I like the idea that like the warrior and the guardian are like completely martial classes. So this kind of avoids anything here. Steve says an air ranger, a water warrior. Lightning rogue moves at lightning speed, disappears into blinding light as opposed to shadows. I don't know why, but for Seraph, I just get stuck on an idea of bolt of judgment. Like the idea of like a what are they called from Age of Sigmar? I don't play Age of Sigmar, but they're like the Stormcast Eternals, I think is what they're called. I don't know. For some odd reason, I kind of associate lightning with like the divine, the angel, you know, a bolt of lightning from the sky. We could do a water seraph to emphasize healing, perhaps. Thor, sure. Sure, water for seraph, like a healing, like a water bending, like a real focused on a healer. I mean, what are the... I don't even know what the current seraph ones are. There's the flying seraph, and then there's the... like the weapon seraph? The divine wielder, yeah. You know, and the Seraph is Splendor and Valor, so there's not really like a defensive, even though it's Valor, there's not really a defensive, so to speak, healer. Although there is a Sparing Touch, which is kind of like land hands. Well, we've talked about doing a Zipperfest. We've talked about doing an Arcana from our class list. We had Abjurer as an Arcana domain plus Valor domain as a, you know, thing. Keythor. No, they did not. So it is not strictly required. But, you know, it's one of those things that it could be flavored that way. And I just picked those 5 classes randomly. There's no reason why you couldn't have a Earth, you know, whatever. But yeah, like we could have a wizard. Yeah, like we could have a wizard subclass called like a Geomancer. And it's like Earth related. Terramancer, you know, whatever you want to call it. Sure. What else? We could have because we have our Firebrand. Well, let's see. What else do we have here? What are the Seraph ones? Like I don't know. I kind of like just calling it Stormforged. I don't know what that means or what it is, but you know, it sounds pretty sweet to me. Yeah, we have the Geomancer. Mist Blade. Could be our rogue. I'm just thinking of water-related words. Air. It would be School of Geomancy. You said it would be Air Ranger. You like Mistblade? Mistblade is sick. Ooh, what about like Wind Runner or like Wind Chaser, Wind Strider, Gale Strider. I don't know, Sky something. I don't know. I think those could work. And yes, that is correct. I don't know what the exact terminology here is. It would be School of Geomancy. It would technically be the correct term for that, yes. And I think the Ranger, it doesn't have a name. I don't know. We could always do worse than this, but there you go. Firebrand, School of Geomancy, a Mistblade, a Stormforged, and a Wind Runner. Sounds kind of cool. Works for me. Skywalker, Jordy. That's great. If we do Wind Runner and by the way, I've never read a Brandon Sanderson thing, so I don't know if that is really a thing. Did I just copy that? Oh yeah, for sure. Well, for those of you who don't know, there is a long-running Knights of Last Call inside joke about Myst. And we did this episode at the studio, and Bob, we were like asking your important RPG questions. And Bob was like, I have one. It's really important. And me and my other co-host Smith are like, okay, and everyone chat. And Bob goes, why is it always Myst? And we're like, what? He's like, everywhere in these games, it's just missed this. What about fog? And everyone's like, Bob, what? And we're like, there's lots of examples of fog. He's like, no, it's always mist. And so like, it's sort of a joke now that we just always include like mist things because of Bob, and it's always mist. Fog is boring. Mist is sexy. All right. Well, that's the answer. Keithor said it, and I tend to believe it. So cool. By the way, as we get prepared to wrap up, just a quick reminder: if you do have Amazon Prime and you're not using your Amazon Prime sub, we would really appreciate it. And if you head over to twitch.tv/nightsoflastcall, you can use your Amazon Prime to give us a free sub. It takes a couple of minutes of work to get it get it connected, and then it takes 5 seconds. But you do that every month because you get one for a month, and you're paying for it even if you don't use it. So it doesn't cost you anything, but it does ask you to just do a couple seconds of work, and we'd really appreciate that. Or hop over to our Patreon, patreon.com/nightsoflastcall, and maybe get into a Daggerheart game or play Pathfinder 2 or Lancer or Call of Cthulhu or a million other games, Fab Ultima, playing a bunch of games. Sarah Fogg is a stripper and almost a drink. Thank you. Awesome. That's right. They don't fly. They glide. I don't mind it. Porque no los dos. That's right, Zipperfist. You could do both. You could join us over on Patreon, and you could subscribe with your free Amazon Prime. And anything that you buy off of DriveThruRPG, we have an affiliate link too. Again, it doesn't cost you any extra money. I know that money is tight for some people. As someone who recently lost my own job, I get it. Like, actually get it a lot. But if you have Amazon Prime, or if you're buying things off of DriveThruRPG anyways, if you use our affiliate link or you use our Twitch, if you give us our free Prime, it doesn't cost you any extra money, but it does help support this channel and this content that presumably you enjoy. All right, everybody. Well, we're going to end it there. Thank you for joining me for this this bonus stream. I really appreciate it. Owie coming in with a last-minute super chat, says for duality. Thank you for the super chat, OED. This was a lot of fun, and I think that working with the community and coming up with cool ideas, obviously, I am a big believer in some amount of rigorous testing before I would release anything to the group. So let me share with you all what myself and the patrons have sort of been brewing, okay? As OE kind of throws out the duality. So here's my idea. You can hate it. You can like it. Just let me know. Which is, Dylan, can we shift some stuff over? Sure, Dylan. I respect people's tips too much to not do that. Let's see. What are we at? We're at 115, so 75, 25, 40. There we go. And look at that. Hopefully it'll update here in a second. If not, it will take a minute. So here's my thought process. And you guys can tell me if you hate it or like it. Hate it or love it. My thought process, it's so weird how it does that with the super chat. It reduces the tip, but it didn't update the super chat. I don't know why it does that. Anyways, super chat is supposed to be at 75. So there you go. My plan would be to, if I could. Now, this is going to require me to coordinate with some members of my Discord, my patrons, who want to help. And I would act as an author, but also I would act in a somewhat editorial role because I don't think I could produce this monthly by myself. But if I had my druthers, our goal would be to produce a 24-page zine once a month. There would be 12 pages dedicated to player-focusing features and 12 pages dedicated to GM-focused features. Now, because of a limitation on our ability, and we don't want to use AI art, we don't want to use crap. Most of the art, most of the zine is going to be pretty bare in terms of art. Depending on how much interest this generates, we could potentially maybe fund for, going with maybe one cover piece, maybe some black and white sketch drawing style on a couple of pages just to give it something. But I cannot afford Daggerheart budget on a monthly budget. You know what I mean? So, give me some credit for that. Sorry, unfortunately. That would get produced monthly. Then, and right now, when we did have a magazine, we did for a very brief time, we have our $10 level at our Patreon. And obviously our patron base level is $5. So really for $5 extra, you'd be getting the extra bonuses that you get for being a champion. And you would also get access to our monthly zine and, you know, be able to contribute and help it. And hopefully people would play test it and play with it. Then maybe in 6 months or in 12 months after we have 150 plus pages, we could do a Kickstarter where we would publish a updated, errated, maybe with some additional features with art. If we reach certain goals, then we could do a publication, not just digital, but maybe even something physical, where we could get potentially, depending on tariffs and stuff like that, we might even be able to get cards made or something like that, done in a more professional style, and be able to actually afford real art for, you know, the stuff of that nature. And if there is a Foundry module at that time, maybe we could have an additional Kickstarter goal to get like a Foundry compendium so that you can add that, update that to Foundry to make it more easy to use in an online world. That obviously is a much bigger outlay than I am capable of affording or funding on my own. But if we ended up getting, you know, 100 people who are interested in this and they wanted to put forth their money, then potentially, you know, or 150 people, we could potentially swing that. But that would be the goal. Get the content out there, work with the community to build it, put together something, you know, figure out a way to give people kudos and credits other than just an attaboy on the back. You know, not saying I can really pay people like a real artist wage, you know, or a real creator wage. But if I could figure out a way to give people more than just, you know, exposure credits, it'd be cool. And put together a magazine, be part of that, and support the game of Daggerheart, and, you know, show our support through third-party publishing, and maybe make some really cool adversaries and, you know, stuff like that, campaign frames, environments, classes, subclasses, new domains. Who knows? Sky's the limit. And then, like I said, after, you know, a year of doing that or 6 months of doing that, we'll have put out, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 to 300 pages. We could potentially do a Kickstarter and actually try to, you know, publish something. I have thought, Pathfinder, about releasing golden tickets as part of the compensation. Yes. Normally, I have said golden tickets would only be given out for people at the highest tiers, but I think that is something. This is a case where that could be the case where we would award golden tickets for that. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that'd be a lot of fun. And it's a cool system, and it's got a lot of room for expansion and exploration. And I think this is the kind of the best of the situation that we could make of it. Like, I hate the idea of producing something with, you know, crappy art, or like, you know, stock footage. But I understand that I can't afford the money to make, you know, full art, let alone full art like on multiple pages, you know, in a 24-page publication. And there we go. And that would be our two things. And we would have our hope. Basically, each episode would be 12 pages of hope, 12 pages of fear. And of course, the name of it would be the Duality Digest, or Duality. And it would be monthly, and that's the plan. So hopefully we'll see that. As for the actual play, I know that the Knights, that means Smith, that means Tim, that means Bob. People are pretty excited about this game, and we do want to play it. So I'm not sure how or where I need to structure this. Part of it comes down to, is there a good place for me to get it on VTT? And I know a lot of people say, just play it at home, and then roll your dice, whatever. That's fine, but it doesn't translate as well to the viewer experience. And if you've watched any of our actual plays, you know that I actually like to make sure that the viewer at home can see some of the mechanical stuff that's going on behind the screen. Like, I would want people to see, you know, what dice rolls are being made, and how much hope people have, and how much stress people have, and how much fear people have, ideally in a nice, clear, graphically presented format. And again, if you've watched our Torchbearer game, or you watched our Quest for the Frozen Flame game, you'll know that I had those kind of trackers up on the page, and it used information that I spidered or scraped from the web pages of the game so I could update it and display it in real time, because those were all live shows. So anyways, all that to say, I think we got some cool stuff coming down the pike, and I hope to, you know, yeah, it is a shame we don't have the studio. It really is. I mean, it was awesome. It was amazing, but it was so expensive, Grim Prism, and it would have become even more expensive after they raised my rent. So, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, when I got the lease, it was a 3-year lease, and I kind of got it right in the middle of COVID. And so I got it early 20, well, I got it right after COVID, but it was like early 21 when people were still pretty, you know, shut down. So I got it for a steal, and then 3 years later, last year, when the person wanted to update it. Wheel of Fear. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome for everybody. And again, if you're interested and you're a member of the Patreon and you want to help me with ideas and, certainly play testing, getting games going, trying out some of this new content, even if it's through just a one shot, I mean, let me be very clear about this. If we make something like a subclass or an adversary and it gets run in a one shot once, that is already like 500,000 more times playtesting than almost everything else that you will see get made on the internet will have ever gotten. And I don't necessarily even mean for Daggerheart. I mean, I think a lot of stuff, gets written and published and it never sees a table. Yikes. And when it comes to class-based features, subclass-based features, stuff like that, I think that stuff needs to at least be played at a table or 3 before we publish it. Now, the cool news is if we do a PDF, the people who get the PDF are only going to be patrons. There will not be a way to buy this PDF. You only get it as a member of our Patreon. So that means that as the patrons play it and use it, we can iterate and update it and create an updated version. And then hopefully by the time we go to do a Kickstarter and we go to do an actual physical publication and get cards made, it will have been through a rigorous enough process that we feel pretty confident in the final version. And then that final version will have, the version that everybody updated. And I can assure you that everybody in the Patreon who helps support that would get, put into there, Would joining at the $10 tier give you access to the whole Dagger Vault? I don't know what the Dagger Vault is, so I'm not entirely sure. Oh, yeah. So the way that our current system works is when you join, the link gets put out there. And you only get access to the links, the episodes, the issues that you would come out once you are of a certain tier. So if you miss the first 4 issues, you miss the first 4 issues. You only get access to the stuff that you had access to. However, you can use tickets, King Hodop, to buy back issues. So, like for example, you can go and buy even though it's not been published anymore. You can go and buy Battle Cry issues. Because they're in the KLC marketplace. Now you can buy them with tickets. You can't buy them with cash. I do that for a variety of reasons. The one main reason is because I don't want to deal with sales tax and I don't want to actually sell something on a web store and have to go through all the rigmarole and the cost of running a Shopify account. But the other reason is, I like just kind of keeping it kind of close to the vest. So, eventually if we did like publish something, we would probably sell it on a drive-through RPG or something like that, but that would only be after we sell it. Yeah, the compilation would probably be sold as a PDF. Yeah, I don't think we would sell the monthly issues, but we would sell the compilation issues as a PDF. I think that would make sense, George. Plus, by that point in time, hopefully it's gotten the most rigorous, looking at it. We can sell it as a compilation, whatever. But if you're a member of the Patreon, you get to iterate on it. You get to play test it. You get to see it months, if not years, before it gets published. So you get a little bit more of an early access. And it will be probably cheaper overall for you to get all those issues through the Patreon than buying it individually as a compilation. So that'll be us. So I'll be back Tuesday. And because tomorrow I will not be live. Tomorrow's Monday. Never say never. And then we'll be back Tuesday. And then Thursday, we're going to have Whoople on. Thursday, Whoople was supposed to be on, but we'll have Whoople on Thursday to talk Northern Reaches and updates about what's going on in season 3 and some of the really cool things that this group, it's really crazy when you put 60, 70, 80 people together and have them all play one game about the stuff that can emerge, especially when it's a collaborative community game, not just a community game, but one where people actually are living in a singular breathing world. So that'll do it for tonight. And we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Oh, no, I forgot to shout out our awesome supporters. Oe D, thank you for that final super chat. Edward, thank you for the $20 tip. Voy, thank you for the $25 tip. Smendon, thank you for the $10 tip. Jake, thank you for the $20 super chat. Gurney, thank you for the massive $56 tip. We really appreciate that. And Random Guy for Sweden got us kicked off with a $3 tip. So thank you to all of those. And of course, thank you to GM Scott for the incredible gift of subs over on our Twitch account. Thank you to Copper, Adam, Console Train, and Unterwilter, Travis, Beowulf, Jake, everybody who resubbed or subbed online. So thank you so much to all of you. And you guys are really keep making this happen. So I really appreciate that. And I will see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.